NESL1. We are live right now.
Hello everybody and welcome to our IEM coverage, NESL's coverage. Our next game, of course, is going to be CLG versus Alternate. I'm here as Kararawr. I'm joined by Faro, and we will be your casters today going into this. Pretty excited to be here. So, we have our stream up and ready to go.
Yeah, looking forward to a really good game. We saw CLG put up a really nice fight against Dignitas earlier today with a little bit of an unconventional bottom lane. Kind of a throwback to the old days, back when we ran double bruisers bottom all the time. It didn't work out too well for them that game, but I'm really excited to see a little bit more experimentation in that same vein. You know, double bruiser bottom lane really does have a lot of potential. So
yeah, it just seemed like they got kind of counterpicked there a little bit because every champion that they got grabbed could get away.
yeah.
So they grabbed Corki and he'd Valkyrie. They'd grab Shyvana and she'd ulti. And they grabbed Janna, she'd ulti. So just not so good luck for CLG there. But I do hope that we continue to see that because it was a lot of fun to watch that lane.
And let's see, then we had Alternate playing against AAA. AAA kind of a powerhouse right now. They've been on a pretty good win streak on the LAN scene and in online tournaments recently. And, you know, they just continued to exert that kind of dominance, that show of force that we've been hearing about in this last game, where I believe the end score was like 4-20 or something. It was just a total stomp. And they tried running support fiddlesticks, which is, you know, again, a little bit unconventional. So we're seeing teams kind of pulling out the stops here, showing new lane comps, trying different things. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit more of a, you know, just a little bit more experimentation. You know, I hear a lot about CLG running a secret jungler. Maybe we might see some Sejuani play here.
That might be fun.
Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to see something like that. And, you know, just a ton of different options from these teams that we could look forward to seeing. Right now, guys, we are just waiting for the game to get made, and we will hop right in as soon as it is available.
Yeah, it'll probably be just a few minutes because ATN, of course, just finished up their game. So we're going to have to wait for just a few minutes for them probably to, I don't know, maybe take a small break before we actually get started. It hasn't actually been created yet, but it is supposed to be up live soon. So I don't expect it to be too long of a wait. The guys at ESL there with Intel Extreme Masters, they're doing a really good job trying to keep the tournament rolling as fast as possible. So I don't expect it to take too much time.
And, you know, in the meantime, guys, if you have any questions or any questions for us, any questions about the tournament that we can help with, we would be, you know, we would be happy to answer them. But right now, I'm just really excited to see what kind of game this is going to bring out, because this is a pretty decisive game. You know, this is a pool of 6 different teams, and what that means is that this game is going to be very, very important, because the team that loses this game can't drop another game, or they will not advance from pools. So this is kind of a very stressful game, because as soon as they drop this game, the pressure's on. Every game has to be a win.
Oh, it's up, by the way.
Yep, and I'm already in.
Wow, look at you, just on top of it.
I try to be.
So we should be getting all of our team in here. We've got Doublelift in here already. Looks like he has done a good job creating this game here for us.
And that's a little bit unusual to see Doublelift making the game. Typically, they'd leave that to like the team captains, which
yeah.
For CLG, that's Chauster now, right?
They were the ones who were interviewing. They interviewed him as the team captain. I actually expected it to be Saint, but
yeah, I mean, Hotshot's always been.
Well, he's always been kind of the favorite, but
yeah.
he doesn't typically make the calls lately.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he used to make a lot of the calls, but recently they've kind of. Because, you know, the big problem with CLG historically has been that all of them are trying to lead because they're all very good at the game. And, you know, GG being the only one that really bows out of any of the headbutting.
Yeah.
but they've kind of given Chauster the reins and said, just go ahead and make the calls, do what you're doing. And I'm really excited to see this kind of new CLG where they have, one voice making all the decisions here.
I really like that idea as well. I'm really impressed with CLG lately as I think they've really been coming together more cohesively as a team. I think I've seen them actually just less arguing, more just doing what they're told, kind of the idea, and I like that. I like
Mm-hmm.
seeing that.
And I think that works really well when you have a jungler and a top lane who are, as I guess as strong-willed as Saint and HotShot.
And HotShot, it's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, because the two of them, they have to work together, and when they don't agree on something, it goes very, very poorly. So when you have kind of a neutral position, letting them know which one is correct, that breaks up a lot of the arguing, because arguing in the middle of a game will ruin a game.
Oh yeah,
Um,
it's the easiest way to throw a game if you're in competitive play.
yeah, absolutely. What did you think of the Korea announcement that CLG made today?
I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, that was kind of. I mean, we heard some whispering about it on the Christmas State of the League, where they were kind of hinting at maybe they were gonna do that, and now hearing it in full, this is pretty wild, right?
Pretty shocking, yeah.
Yeah. For those that missed it, CLG is actually not coming home after Hanover. They're just flying to Korea. They're setting up a gaming house, and they're going to be out there for a couple months.
Yeah, they
So,
just decided. I mean, Korea's been a great hub in general for a lot of the. They're just very well supported in Korea. Basically, it's one of basically the gamers are really well supported. I mean, everyone loves them. They get basically whatever they want to. So it's a great place for them to kind of set up shop. And I guess they've decided to do that.
yeah, absolutely. Korea, just the mecca of esports, basically. Just
Oh
a
yeah.
fantastic place to go for anything esports related. Um, it's pretty crazy. Just that kind of announcement, really wild. Gonna be very excited to see what actually comes from it, because I really don't know how well they're going to be able to broadcast to the North American servers from Korea, right? Because that's what CLG is mostly known for being the very first streamers. That's how Hotshot made his name for the most part. He was the very first one who said, I'm gonna set up a live stream, and moving to Korea, it's going to put them on a completely different schedule. So they're really going to have to pick up their tournament performance if they want to continue to support their play style in Korea.
Yeah, they definitely will. I mean, that's one thing that since the whole change in roster, we haven't seen them actually win. So
Yeah, and I mean they've placed second pretty
I mean,
consistently.
really well. Yeah, they've done
Yeah.
really well in all the tournaments, but we haven't actually seen that solid victory yet. And that's kind of what before they were just kind of known for just kind of their dominating, and it was really just CLG versus TSM. But these new teams coming up have really seemed to kind of take CLG a little bit off their pedestal. I mean, still obviously one of the top teams in the country, hands down. But I think that they're kind of looking for that next step, like we were talking about, and I'm hoping that this move to Korea will be a great play for them.
Yeah. It could be just exactly what they needed to step up their game just a little bit more. Sometimes it really is just that little bit of a boost, that small change in environment, maybe a different practice regimen. But that could just be it, just the small change in schedule.
That
like
little,
that.
yeah, that little change, and even just all getting into the same house. That I think that TSM had a little bit of an adjustment period. We saw them kind of, I think, right when they moved in, it seemed like they kind of fell
Oh
a little
yeah,
bit.
they
And
slumped
then,
hard.
but now they're starting to kind of get back into it and just come in even stronger. And I expect that we'll probably see the same for CLG. You might have a little bit of an adjustment period as they adjust to being with each other and, playing in the same house and having to deal with each other afterwards. But
Yeah.
I expect to see,
So what do you think we're going to see for bans here? Because I know in Europe they like to ban Karthus, Alistar, and Maokai, which is, pretty unusual. to the North American teams. But there's an Italy ban, which is super targeted at HotShot.
Nocturne is actually super targeted as well. ATN is well known for their Nocturne and their TF. It's found out.
Yeah.
They also enjoy playing Shen.
So they seem to be fans of the globals then.
Yeah,
Lots
they
of
do
that
like
map
their
control.
global ultimates. And they, go ahead.
Cassiopeia, just a really general 5v5 ban because she is a safe pick. She's one of the few characters that you can pick mid very early and, just not even be worried about getting counterpicked. Shen, very strong general ban, and Ryze banned for the same reason Cassiopeia is banned. What do you think they're going to first pick here? Do you think they're going to go with a typical safe support first, or do you think they're going to try and go with a power pick?
I think they're going for a power pick.
Wow. So TF getting picked very early here, and that's pretty unusual. TF very open to counter picks, but he is a very play style heavy character. So GG very well known for his TF, but TF very easy to it's very easy to bully a TF around lane. Typically when you see someone go with a TF, you'll see the enemy team go with a character that can just like one shot him on cooldown, which would be someone like Annie, or even Xerath can do it, but a lot of the times you see people go with a Brand or maybe an Ahri who can just really get in there and mess them up.
Just get in there and just do tons of damage to him.
Yep.
Yeah, and I do know that ForellenLord likes to play a lot of Orianna. They actually banned Orianna last game because of him. So not exactly the same kind of instant kill AP, but there it is.
Yeah, so he's actually held number 1 on the ladder for a long time, playing mostly Orianna.
Yep.
So
there it is.
Yeah, like that's a pretty interesting pick. Salsa really is the only North American player playing Orianna right now. So I'd be interested in seeing how practiced GG is against it, because knowing your matchups in lane is a big deal here. If GG's fallen out of practice against Orianna just a little bit, he could just get completely run on in lane, which would be very, very bad for his team.
Well, yeah, and it's like we were saying, ForellenLord has been playing Orianna pretty exclusively there, and he's been in the top spot. And so he obviously has had a lot of experience with Orianna right now, and I'm sure he's played against TF lots of times. So, I'm a little bit worried here for GG. I haven't seen TF in a long time, so I'm sure he'll be fine. But
yeah, I know they've been practicing it a lot lately, particularly in scrims. But I just don't know how much actual, like, in a competitive environment practice they've had, because that's a completely different situation. But Udyr and Alistar getting picked up by CLG. Saintvicious is very well known for his Udyr because of Saintvicious' trademark aggressive play in the jungle. He is one of those few junglers that will force something to happen if something isn't happening. He's known for blowing his flash really early in a gank just to try and get a fight started.
Yep.
And Udyr, a very good character for that, as Udyr can basically 1v1 any jungler in the game with double buffs. So, that's just a very style-appropriate pick for Saintvicious. And Alistar, style-appropriate for Chauster, as well as Chauster does like to make plays happen as the support player bottom lane.
He's a very active support player.
Yeah, and Alistar just great at that. So Maokai getting picked up, I did say earlier that the Europeans love to play Maokai, and going to be very excited to see some more high-level Maokai play, because he has kind of fallen off since the original TSM spike that happened earlier in this year.
Well, it does kind of surprise me to see the Maokai pick. Not necessarily surprise me, but I like to see Maokai as kind of a counter pick to the AoE comp. Yeah. And they don't really have much of an AoE comp yet. So it kind of surprised me that they would go right for the Maokai. That being said, I think he's a great pick. I love him as a champion.
He has a lot of synergy with Orianna mid, because she needs someone to hold the mid down while she does damage, because her sustained damage is actually fairly high, but she doesn't provide hard CC of her own. So the synergy between their gank is actually going to be really good on someone like TF. But The issue with the Maokai pick is that it's going to be very submissive if it runs into Udyr in the jungle. So if Udyr decides to go with heavy counter jungling, Maokai is going to have to concede every single time he sees Udyr there. And particularly with an Orianna mid who's not going to be able to, go in there and fight Udyr without Maokai's help, it could be very rough. So we see Irelia picked up top, and it's going to be Irelia versus Riven up top, which is a fair, it's a 50-50 matchup, I would say. It really is entirely skill dependent, but Irelia having the stronger anti-carry late game, with Riven having the better hard carry late game. And what that means is that Irelia is going to be better at jumping in on someone and beating them up, but Riven is going to be better at just stomping an entire team. What's up?
Well, our game, you saw that the game got remade. Did you see that?
Is it getting remade, or are they just going to join this one again after
remaking.
They do runes?
So go ahead and cancel out. All of CLG left, but they are all joining this game now. It's the one that was made by Doublelift is the one that they're joining now.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Let's see. Join game. CLG by Doublelift. Spectator slot. Got it. Okay, so we're all good here. Okay. So the remake usually is just the teams organizing their rune pages. Even though we are on the tournament client, we have 20 rune pages and all the runes unlocked. Teams aren't going to create a rune page for every specific scenario. They're going to look at their matchup. They're going to remake their rune pages in a custom fashion for the matchup. So, for example, when you're looking at Irelia versus Riven, Irelia would usually go with a general page with maybe some health regen or some attack damage, some armor pen. But against Riven, she could just rune all armor because she wants to get out of lane. Because Riven is going to be able to bully her around lane. Riven having a very strong level 1 through 5, and that being Irelia's
compared to
weakest
Irelia's
point.
a little bit weaker there, yeah.
Yeah, and that really is Irelia's absolute weakest point in the game is 1 through 5. So she really doesn't want to get bullied around there.
Well, let's see what HotShot's running for runes.
Yeah, why not? Looking at HotShot's runes, we have movement speed quints, armor yellows, attack damage reds, and magic resist blues. So that's a fairly standard rune page for top lane. This is something you'll see on basically every single top lane player. Sometimes you'll see a little bit of variant. You'll see some health regen or flat armor for quints, but this is fairly standard. Let's see. I'm kind of interested in seeing what Gigi's going to run because Orianna versus TF can be a very scary lane, and Gigi's actually running AP per level yellows with magic resist blues. So the magic resist mostly to give him a little bit of a favorable exchange ability when it comes to actually trading with Orianna.
And Orianna is going kind of just full aggressive there. Magic pen, ability power, level 18.
Yeah, and that really is Orianna just 100% recognizing her own strength in that lane. The ability to bully TF is something that's very important that you actually know how to manipulate. It's pretty crazy to see someone who is actually this comfortable with Orianna and know exactly what she's capable of. Bottom lane, Vayne Janna, I would say is pretty much 100% in Vayne Janna's favor versus Corki Alistar. Now,
I definitely agree with that.
So we do have to be a little bit worried. Oh, and my client looks like it actually just froze up.
That's not good.
Not even a little bit. So I'm going to wait for the program to respond. And what do we have here?
I just have a black screen.
Okay,
so
it
mine's
did load
good.
In. Mine's good.
Yeah,
totally
I think
here.
it was doing the same thing for both of us.
Okay, yeah, so that's a little bit scary. But, I would say that it is entirely in Vayne Janna's favor as they're able to disengage pretty well. But with some good aggressive brush control, Chauster's going to be able to bully around Vayne quite a bit, as she does not have as strong of an early game as Corki does. So let's see. If I was going to make a bet, I would say CLG is going to invade. Their level 1 is pretty wild. Alistar really is one of the strongest level 1 characters in the game. TF pretty good at it as well. And Udir's level 1 fight pretty good as well. Whereas, I don't really like Purple Team's level 1. What do you think?
No, I definitely think it's in Purple Team's best interest not to engage in a team fight. And you see them playing pretty defensively here. They've got stations. Like, so you've got Vayne, who's kind of watching that alleyway around blue buff. You have Orianna, who's kind of keeping an eye on Wraiths. You have Riven, who's setting up there to protect red. And Maokai setting up to take his Wraiths. So playing very defensively, but they're a little bit worried about CLG's invade here. For good reason. They have a really good invade team.
And they're actually posturing up for the invade over here. And the reason you see them grouping over here is because it cuts the vision off from the Triburst. So you actually can't see them as they wait down here if there was someone waiting in this Tribush.
Yep.
So they're going for a pretty standard invade route. They're just going to run in here. They're going to check all of the bushes.
Riven did see them.
Yeah, so Riven caught them with a good scout, and they're going to go over here and they're going to break the Saprolings. And this is, 100% standard Maokai jungle route.
Counter, yeah.
Yeah. You run over here, you break the Saprolings. They could be trying to actually go for a full invade, which would involve stealing red, stealing Wraiths, and they'll probably leave double golems up as you take quite a bit of damage from those. But Maokai doing a good adaptation. He's just, did his wolves and is now doing his blue.
Yep, he's still totally on time with his jungle, and even by the time he gets over to Wraiths, they'll be just about to respawn. So it's not actually hurting him. It didn't actually hurt him nearly as much as it could have if they had taken red as well.
Yeah. And the reason they didn't take red, of course, because it would have been a very risky play. Bottom lane is already a little bit late to lane, but if they would have taken red, bottom lane would have had to stay there because it would have been risky. But what they did there was just decided to leave early to let bottom lane get there on time without making a big risky play. They could actually set them very far behind. Because getting behind like that for such a marginal, it really is just a very small gain to steal that red at that point. Could really just throw bottom lane sync completely out. Because Alistar,
even just missing one creep wave is a really big deal in this high level of play.
Yeah, Alistar needs that early advantage. He needs to get those levels. So, where do you think all the action is going to be in this game? Do you think I should be... Because I think Saintvicious is going to be where all the plays are.
Yeah, I think Saintvicious is going to utilize, as we see right here, mid. He's coming in here for a fight. He gets the Bear Stun off into Phoenix. Lots of damage coming out there from TF. But Orianna is trying to counter, but it's not going to be enough. And she is taken out with that Ignite from TF. Good play there by CLG. Great first gank. And as you are right, I think Saintvicious is going to be the one to follow here. But go bottom... as well as the other lane I was going to say to watch is that you've got Chauster, who's going super aggressive here on this Vayne and Janna, and that's exactly, I think we're just going to have to kind of keep an eye on that. But
yeah, it is a scary lane. It's one of those lanes you can tap away from for 1 second, and Chauster can get a fantastic headbutt pulverize, and that just results in an instant kill. But that kind of death that we saw from ForellenLord. That's kind of, that's just a little bit of an overextension. That happens to a lot of different players, but it's not something you'd usually expect at this level. You wouldn't expect him to run into auto attack range of a TF out here.
Oh, there is a gank coming down here onto Corki and to Alistar. There's twisted advance from Maokai, but Corki uses cleanse, is able to get away. Pulverize from Chauster is going to keep the rest of ATN from collapsing, and they are both able to get away from that without any issue.
So I think the big concern right now is actually just how much CS Orianna missed, and she really didn't miss that much because she's able to bully TF.
Uh-oh. Corki might be in trouble here, but Vayne couldn't quite get in position there for her condemn, so he's actually okay, but Maokai was waiting for that gank. Meanwhile, speaking of gank, mid, Udyr coming in for some action here on Orianna, but doesn't actually get in a good position to utilize that, so he's just going to go ahead and do some counter jungling there at Wraith. But mid, Maokai coming in with the twisted advance on GG, and he's going to get gold carded in the face outside of tower range, and Udyr is going to come right back in here with the bear stance on Maokai. TF coming up with the gold card, can't quite get in range with it, but there he catches him, and second stun from Udyr was enough to utilize that kill. And Maokai did drop.
No, and this really is just some incredible Udyr play. It's very rare to see the jungler out-level the solos, you know, past about the 4-minute mark. But here we see Saintvicious actually almost level 6 already. And, you know, he's level 6 because he's Udyr, right? He's counter-jungling, he's clearing all of the camps as quickly as he possibly can. And that actually really did give his team a huge advantage there, because the extra burst damage from Phoenix was what was able to net them that kill before Maokai made it to safety.
I think they're going to try to go for a dive here, which is why they pushed. No, they're not going to. Just going to push the tower real quick and go ahead and back.
Yeah, and the reason you're not seeing them dive is just the mana levels on the two of them.
Yeah.
They're both level 6, and it looks like HotShot actually could be going for Razor, but no, he's actually just doing Phage. So if he were to go for Razor, I'd say they were going for an early dragon, but speaking of early dragon...
Yeah, speaking of early dragon, ATN, they saw Udyr top, and he spent a lot of time there, so they decided to just go ahead and go for this early dragon, as we talked about. Now, Chauster knows what's happening. There's the teleport, though, from Riven in top lane. So they are going to have all 5 here, and this is going to be a quick dragon there for ATN.
Yeah, and that's, wow, 6:45. So we're going to see dragon respawning at about 12:50, I would say.
Yeah.
But Riven really just teleporting down there as an insurance. You know, she saw Alistar was there. She figured the enemy team would try and posture up for it. So she came down because she didn't want to get there when her team was all dead, right? She wanted to be there at the start of the fight.
Make sure to actually help them in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just you can't just let your team try and tough it out. So good play from Riven, even though the teleport looks a little bit wasted. Ooh,
oh, speaking of mid, though, Saintvicious coming in for another gank, and Ahri going to try to get away from this, but Udyr is just too strong, and Saint plays him like a master. So
yeah.
Really well played there on mid. Lots of really great ganks from Udyr on that Orianna. She just has kind of had a hard time holding her own there.
Yeah, and that really is just Saint's mastery of the character. You actually see him going for a little bit of a middle-of-the-road build, going with a Heart of Gold. Typically what you'll see Udyr players do is they'll rush Wit's End when they feel like they're, you know, going to be doing a lot of damage. But Saintvicious actually so confident in his Udyr play that he is choosing not to rush the Wit's End, going for the safe route with the Heart of Gold, and just able to understand his character's damage to the point that he knows he doesn't need the Wit's End just yet.
Yep, not yet. Corki getting out some damage there on Vayne, but she's able to kind of escape it. And you just see Aurelia kind of zoning Riven top. We talked about how her early game was really weak, and she's now to the point where she's not weak anymore. And so Riven's going to really be feeling that, is that she just can't come up to farm very comfortably because Aurelia's just going to push her right back. Oh,
Meanwhile,
bottom!
Meanwhile, bottom, just like we said earlier, one of those lanes where anything can happen at any point. Looks like they're still going for the dive here on this Janna, and they managed to pick it up, and Doublelift does not fall to that tower. Saintvicious kind of sitting here as insurance, and he looks to catch Orianna out of place, and he absolutely does, but she is going to make it to the tower. Yeah, and he is just not feeling his damage output to the point where he thinks he can dive a level 7 Orianna from full HP, which I would say is a pretty fair judgment of his own abilities. What happened with that TF ultimate? That's my question here. Because I did see TF ult in the middle of that gank, but I don't know where he went. And didn't seem like anything came from it.
I didn't actually see him go anywhere either. I think maybe he was setting up to help out bottom, but then when they didn't need it, he just didn't. I didn't even see where he went.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Vayne getting pushed around, losing 25 CS to Corki. So that's pretty much
how you would predict it happening, Vayne having a very weak early game. And Chauster getting the very strong headbutt pulverize, able to just completely zone her out. Top lane, Irelia 84 to Riven's 55.
Real quick, Saintvicious coming in here again for a gank on Orianna. She lands a great displace ultimate there, though, and pushes him kind of off of her. And she's just going to try to escape into this bottom lane. And she is able to get there. But Udyr is going to try to cut off her escape right here, anticipating where she's going. And comes in with Turtle. But now he might be in a little bit of trouble as bottom lane is collapsing. But no, there's Corki and Alistar coming in for the support. Janna is going to be taken down to below half health. And now Maokai is here. Maokai could be in a little bit of trouble here in the middle of CLG. But Vayne doing some poke onto Doublelift. Janna Tornado stopping that. And up there with Saintvicious picking up that kill on Maokai, who was in the middle. Janna surely won't be able to make it out of this one alive. Oh, there's the flash, so she does manage to get away, but oh, there's Udyr. Can it be? No, Vayne. Nice condemn into that wall. It does stop him. Headbutt pulverize isn't quite enough, but TF is there to finish her off. And Vayne, so nice play there by the Janna. Great flash. That was a really good anticipation of their skills and just being able to flash right over the top of it.
Yeah, if you would ask me at the start of that, I would have said there's no way
Yeah,
Janna gets out of that tower.
But no, well played there, Janna.
No, really, really strong play from Janna to get out of that in one piece, as you saw 4 people collapsing onto her on that tower by herself. But this game going very heavily in CLG's favor very quickly, mostly because of Saintvicious' big plays here. And it looks like we do have a dragon that's going to be respawning soon. So Saintvicious with the early oracles here to give his team that kind of map control, that kind of presence that his team needs to control the map. And I'd be surprised if we see him actually choose to go with a Wit's End here. He picks up a chain vest pretty early, and that's...
Orianna could be in some trouble here. Sorry, Alistar posturing up here for a gank, but Maokai sees him coming, is going to jump on him, and Chauster could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Chauster does get the headbutt and the pulverize off onto Orianna, but TF can't quite capitalize with damage. Is Chauster going to fall here? Can they pick him off? No! He's able to survive with the help of Saintvicious kind of zoning the team. And nobody falls in that fight, surprisingly.
Yeah,
this is going to make it a little bit rough, though, with Chauster's so low health as they get ready for this dragon. Dragon is going to be up here in just about 10 seconds. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful here. They're going to try to get some damage here on this Riven or onto Orianna. Can they take one out? Hotshot diving with the Janna ultimate. Well, Janna getting away with just 100 health, but this should be enough to ensure that CLG can go get Dragon safely. It has come up now. They're going to go ahead and push this tower and then probably fall back on Dragon. Meanwhile, ATN doing what they can to heal and get back into the game. But
yeah,
actually, CLG not going for Dragon. Going to try to catch this Vayne, which they do. Fail flash, unfortunately. Can they catch her? CLG, there's the flash off from Saintvicious, but decides to back away from it.
Yeah, and that's a pretty textbook play. That's something Dignitas has been doing for a long time. Actually, back when they were called Rock Solid, that was how they got famous. Basically, the reason for that massive dive is because they wanted to force the enemy team back so that they could take Dragon.
So they could take Dragon.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's all it is. Even if they didn't get any kills, the enemy team would say, "Oh, we're too weak. We can't actually fight." Even though like all their spells are on cooldown, and all of them are pretty wounded. We're all pretty weak.
There's the stun onto Orianna. She could get caught here. Maokai helps a little bit with that damage, so she's able to get away. And now they're going to set up back for Dragon again, but it looks like CLG is actually going to back off of Dragon a little bit. But I think they're kind of just baiting them out here and are going to collapse. There it is, Hotshot going in for the initiate, but can't. There's the TF ulti. Where's he going to go? On to the Riven, who's a little bit out of position. The gold card does hit her here. Saintvicious going in with incredibly low health. He's got to be careful here. And he is Udyr, so does Udyr ever really have to be careful? There is the stun on to Orianna again. She's going to drop. Janna's going to follow. Can they catch this Vayne? They do catch the Vayne with a couple flashes and the gold card. Vayne does fall as well, and this will ensure a Dragon now for CLG. No problem.
No, and TF notorious for a bad early game, but we have 15 minutes in. Bigfatlp 5-0-3, so he is way past that point.
Yeah.
And if alternate, because alternate was not able to take advantage of TF's really bad early game, it's going to be very hard for them to come back, is what I'm going to say. It's not impossible, but TF is really getting to the point where he can shine, and that's the mid game, where he can split push. Basically, he will force the enemy to make bad decisions based on his positioning. So he can, say push top while Dragon's up, and then, they either have to send one person up there, and he can still teleport to the Dragon fight, which makes it a 5v4 in his favor, or he gets free towers. And that can even be, that can be extrapolated to a Baron bait, which would be the same situation but with Baron. So TF really is going to start hitting that point. And GG in particular, one of the better TF players who prioritizes proper warding so that he can actually get out of those situations. We actually see him buying wards right now because he is likely to end up he's likely to end up split pushing, and he's going to use those wards defensively so that he knows when to back out, when to blue pill, when to ultimate. Now,
well, I mean, that's the thing you're talking about. TF has a little bit of the weaker late game, and we really saw Saintvicious helping him out there. He was pretty much camping mid. So, TF's bad late game completely countered by the fact that Saintvicious just absolutely was there on mid, and Orianna could just do nothing against him. And so now we're talking about, he's getting into this mid game, 5-0. He's going to be hard to shut down.
Yeah, and that really is good picking from CLG. They have Udyr, who has an obnoxiously strong early game. And TF with an obnoxiously weak early game. So they use the two to cancel each other out, right? They give the strong early game character. They have him babysit the weak early game character, and that's really just smart play. And they took advantage of ForellenLord's pick, who Orianna not the best at escaping ganks. Particularly not split positioning ganks, because what was happening was Udyr would flank, and Maokai getting
down
caught.
here. Maokai gonna be caught out of position a little bit. HotShot getting some damage out, but they don't actually do too much to him there. Just a little bit of harass.
Yeah, and the reason they knew he was there was this ward, which is actually becoming fairly standard. This is used primarily to watch the Wraith camp, as mid-fights over Wraiths has become incredibly common. Wraiths are a good source of experience and gold, and that actually tilts the lane quite heavily in your favor if you're able to secure Wraiths on cooldown.
Yeah, and especially now because it's not a hindrance to the jungler. So you can just kind of take Wraiths when they're up, and as long as your jungler doesn't need them at the time, you just go grab them and it's no problem. And that's kind of why you see it utilized now and didn't used to see it utilized as much, is that Wraiths are just a little bit easier to do, faster respawn, so it doesn't hurt your jungler. And, you see them really capitalizing on that.
It used to be you'd only see someone like Mordekaiser doing it,
but you could really just burst them down really quickly.
But now every jungler's getting in on it, and that's really, really good to see. Good evolution, good adaptation to changes implemented in the game. So CLG actually so far ahead that Alternate is afraid of them doing Baron, and they really should be. Because when you look at the CLG lineup, they do have a couple really good Baron characters. Corki, Irelia, and Udyr. So, I mean, while it's very smart of them to be aware of Baron, I really wouldn't be too worried about it this early, as neither of them are really built to rush Baron down. But this is actually the third blue that CLG has managed to steal, and blues are typically a good indicator of the way the game is going. So the team with the most blues usually ends up winning because they have, total map control. And Orianna being as blue dependent as she is, this really does put her very far behind.
Red all just showed themselves bottom, so we're going to have a Baron attempt here going right now. And I say attempt, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to pick this up before Red can even get close. However, they don't have their whole team there, and they kind of need HotShot to get in there and get some of that damage out. Red is going to be able to fall on them, so they do decide to fall, to back off of it. And that was they just didn't have quite enough damage to burst it down. That would be a really, really early Baron attempt. And they just didn't quite have the damage I think they were expecting. So once they realized that Purple Team was going to get there pretty soon they decided to back off of that, which was probably a wise decision. I'm guessing they probably could have turned a fight around there, but didn't want to risk it.
Honestly, if GG or HotShot had been there, it would have been taken down very easily. Because if you look at how stacked GG is, this is an incredible inventory for this stage in the game. 20 minutes in, he has a death cap, and a Sheen, double Dorns, and boots too. And that is incredible. But HotShot's actually getting caught up top right now, and I actually don't think this is going to result in a kill, despite the fact that there are...
Oh my gosh, there is a 3v1 there, and he was able to get away.
Mm-hmm.
So, but meanwhile, they're just going to go ahead and push mid, seeing that all of them are top. They're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. Orianna could get caught out of position there. There's the headbutt into the wall with the stun, followed by the pulverize. Can Corki finish her off? No, Janasport's there. Corki out of mana, unfortunately, and just wasn't able to get quite enough damage to burst her down.
Yeah, and we actually do see Saint finishing his wit's end because he's thinking, you know what, man, I guess we're so far ahead I could actually get away with building this late. And it really is a good buy at all stages in the game. Don't let what I'm saying, mislead you. Wit's End always a good purchase, guys. Always, always, always. The only time you'd even consider selling back Wit's End is when you have 6 inventory slots and you're just like pouring gold out of every hole in your body. So CLG has an open inhibitor on Team Alternate right now, and that's a huge play for them because they do have TF, and that means, anytime TF decides to push a lane, Alternate has to send at least one person to deal with TF, and then probably the other 4 to defend their open inhibitor. But
they're going to pick up a dragon here, it looks like, for ATN, so that'll be a little bit of a consolation prize for them. They are pretty far behind at this point with 20k to 35k,
yeah,
so about
that's a pretty
behind.
pretty crushing gold lead, and that comes from a lot of different things. But 6 towers, I would say, is maybe the biggest influence on that.
Yeah.
Farm. Oh, if you look at Corki to Vayne, it's very rough. TF to Orianna, even worse. And Irelia to Riven is actually not as bad as all the other ones, but still nothing you would even consider close to a tie at this level of play.
Oh.
So,
I mean, even the junglers, it's 76 for Maokai and 127 for Udyr.
Yeah.
Pretty solidly in CLG's favor, and they've still yet to get a kill on ATN, so just having a really hard time, I think, this game.
Yeah, and really all Team Alternate has to their name right now are the 2 dragons that they've been able to hold on to. And really, I'm a little surprised we don't see a surrender, but you'll be hard-pressed to find a team that actually surrenders at this level of play. All the teams are very, very proud of what they did to get here, and none of them enjoy being a team that, 20 minutes surrendered.
Bless you.
Sorry.
It's okay. It happens. But we are going to go ahead and see a push onto this inhibitor. I expect that, there's the initiate from Chauster, and Vayne is just going to drop immediately with the CC there from Udyr, and Alistar with Corki Burst, just not much of a chance. They do get the stun there on Riven, but they're going to go ahead and just focus on this inhibitor and push it down, working on ending the game here as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that Vayne, really, she just needs to have her head cradled like a
There's
toddler.
the Maokai ult coming down. They're going to initiate onto the Saintvicious, but nice Janna ulti is actually going to save Maokai, and then she's able to flash away to freedom. So good play there by Janna, kind of keeping him out of trouble. I don't know really what ATN can do here to push them off of this, but at least they survived for another fight. Riven, though, getting headbutted right into the team and is going to drop. Saintvicious gets a nice stun on that Vayne, and then while Chauster is getting a stun on Orianna, Vayne managed to get away, Orianna did not. And CLG is going to kind of back off to recoup here. They obviously don't have the Nexus to go to, but Vayne gets hit by that gold car and is taken out immediately. Now Maokai is getting in trouble with all of the CC there on CLG's team. Very CC heavy. And they're going to take it out. Janna's just going to hang out in her fountain. Can't really play.
GG's getting thrown up. Well played by both teams, but that was quite the clinic from CLG on how to press your advantage. And you can really be proud of CLG showing us what you do when exactly how to control your lanes and how to control your jungle. Because that's all it was, guys. It was Saintvicious working with his mid to control the jungle all game and control the mid. And bottom lane really was just Chauster and Doublelift outplaying Leofromkorea and fisch. Because at the end of that game, that Vayne was so far behind, she really was just a toddler. She needed to have her head cradled. She had the inventory that really you would have at the end of a bad laning phase, and it was 25 minutes in. Like, she was so hideously far behind. So,
we are bringing you the next CLG game as well, everybody. So we're just going to go look for it real quick.
All right. And next CLG game, they're going to be playing against MILLENIUM. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yep. I'll consult my master list, but I believe it is MILLENIUM.
All right. And MILLENIUM, known for just having a very strong presence in this tournament so far. So, we'll see exactly how well they do against CLG. CLG feeling very good after that win, after their, close loss against Dignitas, because their game against Dignitas really did come down to which team was able to secure the Baron sooner. What's up?
I don't know. I'm assuming you fixed the overlay on your stream, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
All
They were
right.
saying that it was up for the game, but all fixed now. So we're just waiting for this next game to be made. Like I said, we'll be able to bring you the next one.
Yeah. In the meantime, guys, if you have any questions, feel free to ask us. We can tell you about the teams, tell you about the game. A lot of things we can do. A lot of things we can do in the meantime, as we wait for MILLENIUM to finish their game. As right now they are still playing against AAA. Both of these teams European powerhouses, so going to be very surprised if their game finishes this quickly.
Yeah, I expect we'll have a few minutes of downtime here, but like I said, we will be bringing you. I'll go ahead and update the CLG versus MILLENIUM.
And yeah, for those looking to see MILLENIUM's game, the link is in chat. Absolute TV, that is the Absolute Legends caster team, as they are casting MILLENIUM against AAA right now. And it does look to be a pretty interesting game. Gold is pretty heavily in AAA's favor, but nothing unrecoverable.
Well, let's see. So do we know how the Dignitas FNATIC game has gone? I assume it's still going on.
I believe it is actually still going on. How did CLG end this game? It was like 20-0. So
yeah, CLG beat ATN pretty convincingly here.
That was it was pretty wild game. You typically don't see things that one-sided. So in the meantime, you want me to turn some music on, take some questions? We haven't really seen any questions from chat, but
yeah, let's go ahead and put some music on. I think these guys will enjoy whatever music selections you have for us here, Faro.
Oh, that's
and
okay.
We'll just be waiting.
Okay, we can definitely do that. Known for my pretty extensive music collection. The game is actually going to be starting as soon as MILLENIUM finishes their game against AAA. So really that's completely and entirely up to them and how strong they play. Who do I think will win? I think we're going to see Dignitas and AAA get out of the group 100%. And we'll probably see CLG NA get out of the group. But that's just me. I'm a bit of a North American fanboy. I think FNATIC and MILLENIUM both have as much of a chance of getting out of this group as CLG does.
Yep.
What do you think, Kara?
I believe that Dignitas will probably get out. They beat CLG pretty convincingly in that first game. I mean, it was pretty close, but they played an awesome game, and I expect that we'll continue to see really great things from them. So I do expect them to see them come out on top, so to say. I would hope to see CLG come out. I think if we don't see CLG come out, then it'll probably be FNATIC. But that's my guess. My guess is that it'll be Dignitas, CLG, or FNATIC.
Yeah, and
I mean MILLENIUM, of course, in there as well, but I like this better.
I am a huge Dignitas fanboy. Always have been, always will be. I think they're very good. I mean, like I feel like it's a pretty fair statement. I feel like they've shown their performance to be strong consistently. So we got no reason to ever doubt them.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Dignitas fanboy as well.
Mm-hmm.
what we want to cover.
Oh,
but I'm gonna quickly do a quick commercial break, real quick, and we'll be right back.
All right.
And there are going to be lots of people who still have ad block on. So for those of you who have ad block on, turn it off. First off. Secondly.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome
Faro, what's
to
your favorite color?
Conversation.
What is your favorite color?
Blue.
Blue.
When I don't have this NESL Nation voice background, I've got a very nice blue space background. It's very pretty.
That is a pretty nice NESL Nation voice background, by the way.
It's pretty good.
Created by our very own Rented Red. He is our moderator and makes all of our graphics here for us.
Yeah, and he kind of carries me through all the important tech stuff, as I'm very bad with that stuff.
Pretty excited for this next game coming up. Who do you think you're going to give this next game to, CLG or MILLENIUM?
Ooh, that's very hard to say because CLG's had a close game, which can be very, taxing.
Kind of demoralizing, yeah.
Yeah, that can be very taxing mentally. And then they had just a total stomp, and they could just think that they completely outclassed their opponent, and that can, hurt their morale because they could think it's not a real win because they could think the team doesn't deserve to be here. Which is, I'm not going to say that that's what they actually think or that's even a fair statement, but that is part of the mentality of playing the game, But as far as MILLENIUM goes for CLG, I think both of them are very well-respected teams, and I think, honestly, if CLG plays another game the way they just played that one, where they just stick to the basics and they just follow their textbook standard play, where all they do, they just play off each other's strengths, where, they compensate for, like, GG picking a character he's very comfortable with, but, maybe lacking a little bit in certain elements of the game. In this case, a very lacking early game. They make up for it with a very strong early game from Saintvicious. As long as they continue to compensate for each other in that way, I'd give it to CLG. It's very good teamwork. It shows a very well thought out and very strong understanding of their own team, which a lot of
champions,
teams are lacking.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we just saw, we talked a lot about, Saintvicious's build and how he went into it there and how, he started out with the Heart of Gold knowing that he didn't need that extra damage of Wit's End yet, and then as, it got in, he was able to purchase it, and just it really comes to knowing the game and knowing your champions, and this just kind of shows you 100% that they know every aspect of this game. They understand the in and outs, the subtleties of each individual champions that they play, and they're able to, combine them together in order to make these amazing team comps and able to move forward.
And at this level of play, guys, it really is every little thing that matters, right? It's not just one. It's not like, they won a champion select, or it was just this one play here where they lost and one person didn't show up. No, it really is every bit of synergy, every bit of teamwork, and it's really what makes these games exciting.
It's really funny back when in Old Jungle, I remember when, if you can remember back in the day when you were able to steal the XP from Race if you stood too close to that, if you were mid and you would
Yeah.
help out with race or whatever, if you stood too close to the wall there, like you had to stay on the very far outside of your turret or else you would leech XP. And I remember like even just taking that XP could so ruin a jungle
Oh yeah, and
that it completely, ruined it for
yeah,
the team.
and
So.
even if it didn't completely ruin your jungler, in solo queue people aren't very understanding of small mistakes like that.
No, very-
So yeah, even if it didn't completely ruin it, it certainly turned your team against one another, which is even worse, right?
Oh yeah, because once you start getting into that demoralizing effect and your team starts fighting, everything just goes downhill.
Mhm.
It's just really hard to come back from something like that. But I have noticed with new jungle, you see a lot less of jungler rage if you take XP, because they ask for lots of heavy pulls. Pull on wolves, a pull on race, a pull on red, and it's funny that they've been a lot nicer, because if you do take experience or if you do take the gold of one, it doesn't affect them nearly as much as it used to. So you do see them being a little bit understanding, which I approve of.
Yeah. And being a jungler main myself, that's 100. That's something I can get behind as well, because taking something from new jungle, like it's nothing basically. You can accidentally last hit the big wolf or something, and 90% of junglers are just gonna walk it off because that
It doesn't really matter.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a big deal. But speaking of our boys Dignitas, they're actually doing it big against FNATIC. It seems like they've had a pretty crushing lead all game, and then FNATIC making an astounding comeback. And are they actually going for a base race here? That'd be crazy. Are you watching this?
I'm not watching it. My stream doesn't load very well. Maybe I'll have to load it up.
I think both teams are going for a base race, and I think Dignitas is in a much better position for it, but could be no, they're not actually going to go for a base race. FNATIC went back to FNATIC went back to town, and Dignitas was just like, okay, I guess we're leaving now. Wow, really?
That would be interesting to see in this level of play, seeing those base races.
Oh yeah, the last time.
Did you see that recent base race? Did you see the recent one?
Was
I'm
it?
trying to remember what
Was
teams
it
they
with
were.
TSM? Because if it was with TSM, I saw it and I laughed. I laughed so hard.
Yeah, it could have been with TSM. I think it was.
I swear the last competitive base race I saw was TSM versus EG, and Reggie just lost.
Yep, it was. It was definitely EG, because that's who I wanted to say it was.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago though.
Well, maybe not. It was more recent than that.
Really? Then
See, it was just barely on recording. Let me see if I can find it.
I'd be pretty amazed if TSM actually got into another base race after that, because I swear they said they were never gonna try it.
I thought that it was in the Curse Invitational, so it would have been more recent than that one.
I didn't see a base race in the Curse Invitational, but I think I might have only saw the semis and finals.
I can't remember. I wish that I remembered. I bet there are so many people who actually do remember, but
yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty amazing. Like it came down to, I mean, it was so close. I mean, like back and forth, and then one of the teams had an inhib respawn, and they had been ahead in the whole base race, and then the inhib respawned, and they had to go kill the inhib, and it allowed the other team to win. It was amazing.
Like, that's something you see in solo queue.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, when that happens, you just feel like the biggest jerk in the entire world, but to lose the $25,000 tournament for that's crazy. Yeah, I mean it wasn't, I can't remember if it was in the Curse Invitational, but yeah, it was a pretty big deal. But yeah, they just got right in there and were able to finish it, and I can't remember who it was. I'm asking my contacts here, but I don't know if they were. Someone in chat saying it was actually Curse, but or it was in the Curse Invitational, but I don't know what team exactly. So that's pretty crazy. FNATIC versus Dignitas, though, FNATIC's managed to secure a second Baron. And, no. Wow. Yeah, both teams are down middle inhibitor, but I do think Dignitas has the better teamfight presence, as they've got a Cassiopeia with 13 kills on her. And, gosh. Yeah, you want to... Skara is not someone you want to mess with when he's got 13 kills. Skara's not someone you want to mess with when he's 0-3, as Dignitas showed us against CLG. For heaven's sakes. I remember that dragon fight. That dragon fight completely turned that game around for them when he got that double kill. It was just... Yeah, and I mean, Skara just One of the most underrated AP players and one of the best streamers I've ever seen in my entire life.
He is so informative with his stream. You can watch Skara stream and he will give you, I mean, he gives a breakdown of everyone who's playing, why they're doing it. And it's funny, we always joke about it because he'll be talking and it's like he's talking about everything in third person, like even the stuff that's going on in his lane, and it's all just a teaching moment. Just taking, full advantage of just teaching everyone, and it is so cool to watch.
Yeah, and in particular, like, he knows all the players at that level, so he's able to give you some in-depth commentary. So, like, I remember I was watching his stream maybe yesterday, and no, not yesterday. He was in Hanover yesterday, maybe 2-3 days ago, and he saw Voyboy up top, so he was like, okay, so Voyboy's up top against this random guy. So Voyboy is probably going to walk all over him because Voyboy is one of the best top players in the entire world right now. So I'm going to have to leave my lane maybe 5 times to go kill Voyboy, because if I don't, Voyboy is probably going to go at least 3-0 or so. And Voyboy goes 3-0, and Scar's like, I really needed to leave lane more than this, because Voyboy just like snowballed out of control on Lee Sin and just walked on everybody. It was really rough to watch, but like when you hear someone making predictions like that, and even though Voyboy's on his team and you expect him to talk him up and say nice things, when they talk about, I have to go shut my teammate down because I want to take his points, his ladder points, that's the kind of stuff I like to see from a commentator, from a streamer.
He knows the game inside and out, and probably one of the most knowledgeable players. I mean, he just knows everything about this game, and he's so good. I mean, good with so many of the AP champions. Just does a phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was told, by the way, that the base race was xPeke versus V8.
Oh, there you go. Epic
and I knew it was
V8.
xPeke. Like, I remember, when you mentioned that it was xPeke, like, oh, I think that is it. But yeah, xPeke versus V8 was the xPeke base race.
That's pretty crazy. xPeke actually, one of those teams that's actually very good with very little practice. They have a lot of very strong players in every role, but they just don't practice enough. It's a very casual game for them, and even though they are incredibly casual, they still do extremely well with these competitive teams, and they have a huge fan base.
Oh, they really do. I mean, you've got Dyrus in there, and he's amazing. And Dan Din is proven to not only be an awesome player, but an awesome commentator as well. And knows so much about the game, has been involved from the very beginning. So
yeah, Dan really one of those guys that is just one of the nicest people you can meet, and one of the strongest players you can have in any role in this game. Like, even as just a community member, he's incredibly, he's exactly what you want people to see your community as, because he's smart, he's charismatic, he's able to get his point across in a way that doesn't offend anybody, which is something that's very important, particularly from a captain's position like Dan is in. But for those wondering, the Millennium vs. AAA game has finished, so as soon as Millennium and CLG create their game, we will be joining that to observe the bans and picks.
Yeah, it should be pretty quickly now that the Millennium game is over. So
really just waiting on them to make the game.
And the FNATIC Dignitas game is not over yet, by the way, for those of you who are asking. It's currently still in progress.
And I do think Dignitas is going to win because they've got the better team fight, but it looks like FNATIC's actually going to
They just barely won that team fight, yeah. FNATIC did a great job in that team fight.
3 for 3 with 2 global teleports on FNATIC's team. That's pretty wild. The reason I say that is because, global teleports, they don't really provide much actual combat presence. The reason, global teleports are used for map manipulation. So having being able to win a straight up fight with 2 global teleports and, 2 ultimates not being used on an actual combat ability, really used mostly for mobility, it's kind of, doesn't bode well for Dignitas, despite how much I want them to win. Millennium probably just taking a small break right now, as it is very stressful to play consecutive game after consecutive game. That was their second game in a row, so I imagine they're taking maybe a 5-10 minute break before they get into their third game, because they're going to be playing 4 games in a row, and then a 1-set break as CLG versus AAA plays on the main stage, and then they'll be playing their last game of the night. So Millennium really getting put through the ringer here, as I believe they're Alternate actually has a similar schedule where they're playing 4 games in a row. Oh,
And they do a pretty good job trying to kind of split that up with the teams, not making them do that, but in the end it's just how it happens. So some teams kind of get the shorter end of the stick.
Yeah.
Here comes the counter push from Dignitas, though.
Yeah, and this really is just a wild game. Mostly because I love to see Nautilus played. I really do. One of my favorite champions. I've been playing him a lot since he's been released. Every game I get to pick Nautilus, I'll pick Nautilus. And thing about Nautilus is that you can use him in all 4 roles. I know in Europe they use him as an AP mid, and he does a pretty good job of it. In the NA scene, we use him as... I've seen him used support bottom, I've seen him used as a bruiser top laner, and I've seen him used as a jungler.
Yep.
And, having a character with a kit like that allows him to be so versatile is really, really crazy. Because, when you have Nautilus on your team, you could really place him anywhere you want. The enemy team has no way of predicting which one you're going to use him in. Unless they know your team, very intimately, and they know, let's say Skara doesn't play AP Nautilus, then they're able to rule that out. But when if your team is versatile to the point that they all know how to play Nautilus, really he's just a complete wild card. No way to predict what he's going to do.
You pick him in a fight and they have no idea. You pick him in the team, they have no idea where he's going to go. And that being said, too, is they can build him whatever they need. If they're having trouble in any way, they can, we need him to go tankier, we need him to go for more damage, things like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And this FNATIC Dignitas game, TF actually backdooring an inhibitor.
I hate that.
Oh, and they lose Cutie Pie in this forced fight near Baron, and are they going to be able to pick up? They get 1 cannon, but really, if they lose even one other player here, TF is going to be doing way too much damage for this game to be winnable by Dignitas, and that's really going to break my heart, guys.
Yeah, it'll be kind of sad.
Yeah, and they managed to pick up 2 more players off of FNATIC, but they lose Skara as a result.
How many inhibs did they end up losing to?
They only lost 2 inhibitors, but they're going to be able to get at least one in return here, as it is only TF and Janna left on the other team. So, Voyboy does have a lot of damage and he's quite tanky, but I don't think he's going to be tanky enough for TF.
I keep refreshing the list just so everybody knows we're still checking for the next CLG game. It should be going up here pretty soon.
Yeah, and xPeke manages to pick off Locust there. Voyboy way too low to actually get into a fight here. But xPeke trying to chase down Dominate. And for those that don't know, Nautilus, not the easiest bro to catch with max cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
Hook actually has half of its cooldown when it hooks to terrain, so he's quite the escape artist when he wants to be.
Pretty good there. He did a good job kind of kiting them out of the base, too, and just trying to delay them.
And the fact that TF and Janna were able to prevent them from backdooring bottom is just, really strong play on their part.
Yeah, they did a really good job there, kind of comboing together. But yeah, just for those of you who may be coming in for the next CLG game, we will be playing it as soon as we can. We're just refreshing, waiting for them to put the game in here. So it should be happening sometime here soon. We're guessing they're giving Millennium a short break before we get in. CLG, of course, has already kind of had a break, so hopefully we're not trying to track them down in the meantime.
Oh, and meanwhile, Dignitas versus FNATIC. Dignitas tries to rush down Baron. FNATIC manages to steal it and they managed to ace Dignitas, and that
That'll
is
probably
game,
be
unfortunately.
GG for them, which is sad. That's my
Ah,
favorite team. But, great job for Dignitas. They do such a, I mean, it's really impressive to see them coming in here and really just making great plays all in all, and really proud of these guys.
yeah, and I mean, really Dignitas suffering from the North American team curse, which is the inability to close games properly. And
Uh-huh.
that really is unfortunate because they're one of those teams that really deserves to advance. So,
Oh, the game is up, by the way.
oh, fabulous.
Hmm.
So jumping into the spectator slot here. Ah, man, what a game for Dignitas. They had such a lead. It was like 27-12 or something.
Uh,
And it was just a total stomp, and then Fnatic just managed to turn it around with really good use of the ultimates and really good Ashe. And I know going into this tournament, people were saying you got to ban Ashe against AAA and Fnatic. All they're doing is using Ashe, and she's just able to control games. And people are like, no, she's really not that big a deal, you know.
mhm.
Ashe, one of those characters that everyone is used to playing against because of how long she dominated the competitive scene.
Oh yeah, she was the best AD carry for months and months and months and months.
Yeah, it did like 18 months straight or something
Yeah,
ridiculous. She was considered, always the best.
everyone could play her. It was like she was in every single game if she wasn't banned. Like, I
Hmm.
mean, I just remember that it was just always Ashe, always Ashe.
Yeah, and
And then she got nerfed into the ground, or rather, everything else got buffed. I guess is
yeah,
kind of what
really, it was
happened.
just like
Yeah,
we adapted to a different style of game.
yeah.
Everyone was so focused on winning lane, and there were a lot of high elo players, running off saying, "Win the lane, win the game," and Ashe not the best at winning lane.
Hmm.
So people kind of just shied away from her, and now they're kind of getting back into it as they're realizing, that initiation is really, really good.
Hmm. And for those of you who are just tuning in, it's actually CLG versus Millennium right now. We're bringing it to you here from National ESL.
Hmm.
And I'm going to go ahead and run a quick commercial as everyone gets into game here, and we should be bringing you bans and picks here really quickly. Okay, so hopefully we'll get them all joined up here. It's funny that CLG isn't all in here because they've just had like a 45-minute break. Okay, maybe not that long, but like a 20-minute break.
I mean, really, that's fine. They earned it the way they played that last game. Just
Yeah, they
just
did.
really good
Complete
technical
stomp.
basics. Very, very strong.
I'm gonna be excited to see the CLG Fnatic game when it happens, though.
Yeah, COG Fnatic is going to be crazy as both of those teams are very, very practiced.
Mhm. Fnatic seems to be totally on their game too, coming back from that.
Yeah. And Fnatic, historically, they've been just a team that performs very well on LAN. And there are some teams that do really well online. There are some teams that do really well on a LAN, in a LAN environment. And Fnatic has almost never let us down in a LAN tournament. They've always placed really well. So, well, I'm interested in seeing if they're actually going to be able to advance out of this because this is a very, very strong group. A lot of favorites in here. A lot of fan
Mhm.
favorites, I should say.
Fan favorites.
Hmm.
Interestingly enough, though, did I see that correctly? That Fnatic actually stole 3 Barons?
I believe they just stole the last one, but they secured 2 before that.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And I haven't seen their other games, so maybe he was talking. He said they stole 3 Barons, so possibly it could have been from the earlier games. But I was
yeah.
gonna say if they stole 3 Barons in one game, that's got to be rough on Dominate.
Oh, I imagine.
It said they
This
stole
is
2 and got 1 on their own.
Yeah, this is
Ouch.
Dominate's what second LAN? Is that right? I feel like that's right. They did
Yeah, I think it's the
Kiev.
second one. Yeah.
They did
I think it's
Kiev,
just
right?
the second. Well, technically, I guess it's third because he went to the Curse Invitational.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
So.
Um, yeah, and it really is stressful to be the jungler in that kind of situation.
Well, and the thing the thing that's funny is that your team gets so mad at you about smiting, but the other person has a skill
Yeah, the other
exactly
person
the
has the
same
exact same
damage.
ability,
Yeah, so
so
it's kind of
it
you
really is
gotta
50-50
cut
half
them
the
a
time.
little bit of slack there because it
Hmm.
can go either way. They both have the same skill. The only thing that you have the advantage of is that if your team is the one dealing the damage, then you can say burst it now so that
Yeah.
you know when to
Or
smite it.
switch off now, which is what
Yeah,
most teams
exactly. Or
do.
don't burst it now. Let's see if we can bait his smite, whatever the case may be. But that's kind of the only advantage you really have. But his skill does the same damage as yours. So, I
Hmm.
mean, got to cut him a little bit of slack there. But I'm sure Dominate's probably having a little bit of a rough time right now.
How did Millennium do against Fnatic? Did we see that game, or were we both
I wasn't able to
watching?
see that game.
Yeah, because I know I was watching Alternate to get ready for their game against CLG, but I'm thinking I should have been watching Millennium because I mean, AAA put out a clinic on them, so I don't really have an understanding of what we're going to be seeing here. Um, Millennium, one of those teams that, we hear a lot about on the NA server, but someone we don't get to see as much as we see like CLGEU, AAA, or even Absolute Legends is a team we see more than Millennium.
Yeah, it is. I haven't seen much of Millennium
Oh,
at
there we
all.
go. Fnatic and AAA undefeated, so that means Millennium is going into this 0-2, and if they don't win this game, they've really got no chance of getting out of the group. That'd be very disheartening because they still have 2 more games to play.
Oh, this will be hard now if CLG also is kind of, if they lose this game as well, then they only have one more to
Yeah,
lose as well.
yeah.
It'll be, yeah, it's one of
It's
those.
pretty gonna be a stressful game for both teams for sure. But Fnatic and AAA must both of them feeling really good about themselves, I imagine, as they're 2-0, so they're almost assured to get out of the groups unless CLG were to win every single game or Dignitas were to win every single game from here on out. And Dignitas actually could be poised to do that as they're playing against 2-0-2 teams in their next 2 games.
I'm wondering what the holdup here is. We've got Saint from CLG, but it seems that he's the only one who's making a show. So early bird,
Yeah.
Saintvicious, doing a good job representing his team here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's really on his game. I gotta give it to Saintvicious
Yeah,
here.
Saint performing exceptionally well as a jungler. Very, like, really just controlling the games, controlling all of his lanes, just pressuring every lane as much as he possibly can, just being fantastic. There's really nothing else I can say about that. As an Udyr player, Saint really just showing every single person exactly what Udyr is capable of.
Yep.
And that's complete early game control. Just taking the entire game into his hands and saying, we're going to make sure everything goes exactly the way we want it. And that includes middle, that includes jungle, that includes top, that includes bottom.
It's really interesting to see the Udyr play because we saw so many, for months and months and months, it was like Udyr or Lee Sin was going to be picked for a jungle. And pretty soon, all the teams just got really, really good at countering it. So, like, I remember Dignitas would pick, Jat would be playing Udyr, and he would just be countered and shut down all over the place because they just knew how to counter it all the time. And it was really good here to just see Udyr as he's meant to be played as a jungler because so many of the teams are able to shut him down or counter him, and Saintvicious there did a just perfect display of how he should be played. And I just got to give him kudos.
I mean, one of the big reasons for that is that
Udyr isn't as popular in Europe as he is in North America, right? So when we were saying Udyr was like a god tier champion, just completely out of control, Europe was like, no, he's kind of garbage. Like he's pretty bad hero. Like you can kite him forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. What's he gonna do? He's gonna bear stance. You're just gonna slow him some more. So North America really kind of got the last laugh on that because really, really good hero Udyr is. Proven to be pretty fantastic. So Europe not having as much practice against Udyr, not knowing how to counter him as well, because as the kite metagame died, which is what Europe was really all about, back in the day when they had Janna, Ashe, Janna, Ashe team comps, just everything built completely around that. Udyr was nothing, but Udyr's popularity going up in North America, going down in Europe, really giving North America the advantage here. And it was the same thing. It was the same thing for the support AD bottom lane, but North America was quicker to adapt to that. As we saw that in a tournament environment, North America decided to pick up on it very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So
It is interesting to see these teams come to play each other. You see the EU versus NA games and their meta kind of colliding. It's interesting to see, like you're saying, they weren't as prepared for that Udyr as some of the North American teams would be. And just like in all those tournaments before, our poor North American boys were not prepared for that AD support bottom.
Yeah.
I think they just thought they could kind of beast it out, but...
Yeah, and you remember, I don't know if everyone remembers, but I remember specifically Saintvicious making a post on the forums saying if they were to try support AD bottom against...
We just kill the support.
Yeah, against
I remember that,
Double Bruiser, like we would just walk on them. There's no way that would ever work. And lo and behold, about a year later, AD support still exists.
Yeah,
and
I totally remember that.
Yeah, only now are we seeing teams come out and, experiment.
Trying to counter that a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Going back to North American basics, double bruiser, go in there, fight the bad guys style.
Well, and that's one thing that I believe has been pretty common with Riot is that they've kind of announced that they don't necessarily like the AD support bottom. And so they've been trying to play with things of what they can change so that people are going to have to change up that meta sometime soon. So I don't know if that's kind of been officially released or if that's just kind of the rumors, but I'm interested to see how in the next couple of months how maybe slight changes to the game affect the current meta. Because we've been having AD support bottom for quite a while now.
Yeah, and I don't know that Riot is particularly opposed to the idea of AD support bottom, but I think they're just really opposed to one option.
Yeah, that you have to have AD support.
Yeah, I think that's what they really don't want to see. They don't want to see it so, if you don't AD support, you lose.
Yep.
That's something that's really toxic to the gameplay, I would say.
And I can definitely agree with that.
So this game really important for Millennium as they need to get a win here because I believe is it top 3 from the group's advance or top 2? I believe it's top 3. And if Millennium does not pick up a win here, it's going to be impossible for them to advance out of group unless CLG and Dignitas were to drop every single game for the rest of the night, which would be very unlikely.
I want to say that I would think it'd be top 3 because you do have 6 teams in. But for some reason, top 2 is in my head.
Top 2 would make it a very interesting next 3 days because that would mean we have...
That is true.
We have 4 teams playing over the course of 3 days, so they'd be playing a million matches.
I'm sure it is probably 3. You are probably 100% correct on that. So
yeah, we would have to check on that. But either way... Millennium needs this win. If it's top 2, then if they drop this, they're out 100%. If it's top 3, if they drop this, then they're out like 95%, I would say. So they really need to put the win down here for Millennium. CLG, not in quite as bad shape. They're 1-1 as opposed to 0-2. But if they drop this, they will be tied with Millennium which means that they can't drop any other games for the rest of the night, or they will not advance.
I'm really hoping that we don't see that. I don't know though, because I'd hate to see Millennium just lose out right now.
Yeah.
But I really like CLG. I think that if we saw them lose this early in the tournament, it would really be tragic.
Yeah.
So.
Really, Millennium, one of those teams that we were looking forward to see a lot more from. So, yeah, I really do not want to see them lose here. But as a North American player, I gotta say I want CLG to put the win down for us. It's hard to remain unbiased because, as a fan, I want to see good play from everyone. That's it. Like, that's all I want to see. I want to see good games. I don't care who actually wins. I just want to see good games.
Yeah, we want to see really good, high competitive play, and this is where we get all the best games.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that one.
Like, I 100% don't care if it's an all-European best of 3, as long as America came around and said, you know what, we actually know how to play this game. We gave you guys a good run for your money. That's all that matters
exactly.
to me.
That's how I feel too. Especially with casting the EU Go for Laws that we've been doing each week, I've really gotten to love the European teams. They are so great at trying out new things. They have a completely different gameplay style. They're so nice. I mean, I really just got to give them kudos. The European teams are some really classy guys.
Yeah, and you learn a lot, they earn a lot of respect from what I've seen from them down there. I've only cast a couple. He's asking if they're ready. Teams aren't even correct. Nice, very classy.
I don't know. I don't even know who East 1 is. But,
me either. What is he even doing in this game?
I don't know.
He's totally invisible. He's not even a spectator. What's that about?
No, he just joined the chat. I don't even know how he got tournament realm. East 1.
Man, who is this bro?
But,
Alright, so game is going to be starting, guys. We're jumping straight into picks and bans here. And what do you think we're going to see banned for CLG as they do get first ban here? Maybe Karthus Nocturne? Ooh, and Doublelift.
I think that Doublelift is going to click that quit game button that's really close to the chat. That's what I think is going to happen.
Man.
We're going to be canceled out of it. There we go. Back in.
Okay.
I'm guessing that they're going to go for bans that are going to help their comp. So we'll probably see kind of the standard bans of, well, it depends on if they want to focus EU or not. Basically, if they want to go for, like you're saying, Karthus or Maokai are used a lot. And I'm not as familiar with.
Ooh, Shyvana ban.
And that was another one I was going to suggest, just because I know Shyvana has been so popular since M5, really showed her strengths.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see maybe Nidalee and Udyr out of Millennium, just targeted bans. And there's actually the Udyr right away for Saintvicious. Shyvana actually kind of confuses me because I know Saint loves Shyvana. And back in the day, he was all about her. And, he would pick her in tournaments and everyone would yell at him. But, he insisted she was very good. M5.
Just the Maokai ban.
Yeah, and Maokai very European targeted, 100%. So, what do you think we're going to see? Ooh, Karthus coming out from Millennium, which is unusual because GG doesn't play Karthus as much.
I think that's more of just EU not wanting to play him, knowing that he's such a strong pick, and are just more to protect their comp, is my guess.
And a CLG 100% gets first pick here, so that Shyvana ban really confusing me. Cassiopeia, just a good general ban. We might see Rise here, but if they let Nidalee go through, I'd be really interested in seeing if HotShot wants to pick it.
If HotShot will go for it.
Yeah, because that's not something he usually does, right? He usually, Nidalee is out there, and he'll pick something completely different.
Yep.
Ooh, and a Galio ban.
Galio, yeah.
Ooh, so, okay, that's really interesting because CLG has been, recently they've been running Galio support bottom, and I don't know if Millennium's been watching that and they don't want to deal with it, or if they're just, totally, gonna ban Galio just in case because it's been a big deal on the European server. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's the Shen pickup. I wondered when I saw that Shen was left open.
Yeah, and that's CLG, a huge Shen fan. Europe not actually as in love with Shen as we are. And Shen, one of those characters that there's a big split on in the competitive scene. Some people say he's instant pick, instant ban. Some people say he's not that big a deal. COGEU actually taking the stance of Shen really not that big a deal after lane phase.
Yep.
So really.
Well, especially since the hotfix.
Yeah. And this does have the hotfix, guys, even though we are on the Nautilus patch here. So, Shen, very typical first pick is Saintvicious is a huge fan of Shen being completely overpowered. That is Saintvicious' stance. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So Alistar getting picked up, Ahri getting picked up, fairly standard first picks and bans. I'm wondering what we're going to see from blue team. They could be trying to counterpick Ahri, which would be fine given that they have played that hand and they know who's going mid. But CLG usually a bit more cautious, might actually try and pick their support and their bottom.
Just Rise.
Yeah, and Rise a fairly standard counterpick to Ahri. Another one you'll usually see is Veigar. So I mean, GG not known for Veigar, but his Rise is pretty vicious. So I'd be surprised if that isn't locked in. And Chauster actually going, giving Doublelift Ezreal. And that is something that I like to see. So for those that haven't been paying attention to the North American forums for like the last 6 months.
Yeah. Doublelift Ezreal.
Yeah, all NA does is bash on Ezreal. So I'm looking forward to seeing him actually being used well here. And he could actually just be going top because Ezreal's a pretty good solo. So I mean, I would really be surprised if he does go top though, because they have Shen who is going to stomp on whoever's up top.
Do you think that they'll definitely send Shen up top, or will they send him?
I don't think
Shen
would
kind
actually.
of adapt.
I don't think Shen would go into the jungle. His laning is too good to put him in the jungle, I would say.
That's kind of how I felt too. I felt like he's so strong top, and that while he's an okay jungler, he's not the strongest jungler.
Yeah. So I actually really like this here. So what Millennium did is they went Ahri, because Ahri is an ambiguous top or mid. She does well in both because she has a good escape and good sustain. So they're going to put Ahri top and Ziggs mid, which is really, really smart, because Rise doesn't do so hot against Ziggs, but he's a hard counter to Ahri. And Ahri actually does fairly well against someone like Shen because she has a decent amount of sustain. If she's able to pick up an early revolver without getting ganked too much, then she's just going to be like, she's going to stomp on Shen just by maxing Foxfire. Ooh, and here comes Swain. Yeah, so Saintvicious actually changing his summoner spells. Looks like they're going to put Shen into the jungle. And,
going for the kill lane bottom. This is one thing that I was going to suggest doing as far as with Ezreal. And when you have a champion that has such great burst damage early, like Ezreal does, Ezreal, Corki, even Graves, as you get into those kind of bursts, you can put with them a support that is great CC, and you go for just the kill lane. And that's going to be a very volatile lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it really is something you see a lot with, like you said, heavy aggression bottom lanes, and that's people like Corki, people like MF.
Yeah, Misfortune. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, MF, someone who's known for stomping on bottom lane incredibly hard. And
especially those early levels. She's so strong.
Ezreal, actually a pretty fantastic
lane
controller.
This is something that I've had to play against a lot recently. I think they're going to be sending Ahri AD bottom. It's been kind of a... What'd you say?
Excuse me?
Yeah, sending Ahri AD bottom. I did not stutter. That's happening in this game. I've played against this comp several times in games where they send Ahri AD bottom. I can't tell you that I'm a fan of it, but it can work.
I mean, all right, okay, why not?
Yep.
Why not? She's got charm, and charm is really all it's good. I mean, charm is what Ahri's famous for. Like, you land the money charm, that's a good initiation. She's got good enough mobility, so she won't get, like, CC down, but, I mean, this is going to be...
She's got pretty decent ratios. I mean, she can really hold her own as AD Ahri, and I've seen it done, and I've been beat by it. So I wondered when I saw the Ahri pickup and then they picked up Ziggs, I thought, I wonder if they're gonna throw her bottom. And then you kind of went on about like the whole top lane thing. And I was like, maybe they won't, maybe they won't, maybe they won't. And then when I saw the ribbon pick up, I was like, I think they're going to do it. They're going to send AD Ahri bottom.
What do you think of actually... What do you think of Ahri actually just being AP bottom lane with Taric? Or maybe Taric Riven bottom? Because AD Ahri is a bit of a stretch for me. You know,
I have seen them do it. In fact, M5 has done it before.
Really?
So, yeah, I'm 100% sure that she's going to be going AD bottom.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, and I just said I'm 100% sure, but I'm pretty dang certain that we're going to be seeing AD Ahri bottom.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm excited for it because no matter what, I'm going to be seeing something completely crazy.
Well, I noticed that in one of our Go for LOL streams, one of the streamer asked, what do you think about this AD Ahri bottom? And you were instantly like, oh, that's silly. And just completely dismissed it. And I went, I don't think Faro has gone against an AD Ahri yet because...
No, I mean, I've seen it, and it doesn't really bring anything. That would be why I dismiss it out of hand. I just don't see a reason to pick it. And... I mean, obviously, I'm not as good as MILLENIUM, right? I'm just a platinum player, and they're like 2,300, 2,400 players. So they know what they're doing, and they wouldn't, intentionally gimp themselves.
Yep.
So I'm interested in seeing what this is, right? Because if AD Ahri actually works here, I really don't want to have to put up with this in solo queue.
I will point out that she has 0 AP right now, so this is 100% an AD Ahri.
Yeah, this could be fascinating.
Ezreal actually gets a little bit of harassed there as they invade, but they're not pulling back. They're not afraid. They've got Alistar and Taric with them, and they've got the charm. So actually, they've got a great invade here. Their level 1 team is sick.
Yeah.
So they are not afraid at all, even though they know that Ezreal knows that they're there. They're just 100% not afraid. I think they're just begging for someone on CLG to come over here.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. This level 1, in my country, when Alistar wants to invade your jungle, you give him whatever you want. But when Alistar has Taric, you really give him like whatever he asks for.
Yeah,
which is,
before he even asks.
Yeah, really. Like you just don't even, just the whole wood's yours. Just leave me alone. That's all it is.
Please don't kill us.
Yeah, because that is a scary, scary, scary level 1.
Really smart of CLG here, by the way, knowing that they're invading there, are going for an invade of their own. So they're going to go ahead and try to take this race and red buff. They're doing basically the exact same thing that Alistar is doing here. Mm-hmm. And he does take that wraith. He's going to wait for a pull here from Taric. Actually, he's got a lot of support there. So he's got a nice pull there, and he should be able to pick up this red no problem. And CLG is doing the exact same thing here for our jungle Shen and Saintvicious.
Yeah, and really the difference here is that Saintvicious has used his smite, as he wasn't given as quite as extensive a leash as a MILLENIUM hyrqBot. Is that his? Yeah, pronounce it a hyrqBot because I can. So he's really going for the earlier gank with Saintvicious, whereas hyrqBot's going for his blue buff, so he's able to get a more sustained route here.
Great job there by Riven, by the way, avoiding that level 1 gank there where it was 3v1 on her and she just hung out by the tower and had no problems at all.
Yeah. And one small difference in play that I want everyone to take a note of is that CLG actually left one Wraith up over here, whereas MILLENIUM took this entire camp down. And the reason for that is because MILLENIUM plans to counter jungle a little bit more extensively, and whether that's through the mid or the jungle, and right now hyrqBot is showing us it is through the jungle that he plans on counter jungling more. But
and he does go over and take those wraiths.
Yeah, right away he goes for it, and he is so far ahead of Saintvicious right now.
That was so well played there. They pinged that she was going up there, and so Alistar waited.
Yeah,
and they are going to get the CC onto Chauster, and Chauster's going to drop, but you saw Alistar, as she came up to that bush where she'd get vision of him, he stopped. Just completely stopped so that she wouldn't see him, and then he waited for her to go by and ward, and then he came in and they killed her, and that was just great play by MILLENIUM there.
Very, very intelligent play from hyrqBot, and really good manipulation of ward vision. They got this ward down early, and that's really all it takes is just having the ward down just a couple seconds earlier than your opponent. Because as soon as you know that they're going out there, you leave your jungle posted up so that he can jump in there as soon as they go to drop the ward. And
They might try to come in here on this Ezreal. There's the ping. They've got to be careful because Leona is coming in there, but there's a stun on the Ezreal and the Charm, and with Alistar CC, can they get enough damage on him? Yes, he is taken out as well. The exhaust goes out on Alistar, but Ahri uses her heal, and they're all going to get out of that just fine. So that is a double kill now there for bottom, and they're going to be able to get Chauster as well. He's forced to use his heal, but with Ahri damage, oh, that's so great.
What is this? What is happening down here?
Ahri now 1-0 and 2, and this bottom lane has been so volatile, and poor Doublelift and Chauster are going to have a struggle coming back here. Chauster just got a little bit too aggressive there and was taken out.
What are you doing, Chauster? Come on, man. No, there's no way Chauster's looking at this game and is going, man, there's nothing we could have done there. I really just gave it all. Like, that is playing upset, and he needs to calm it down, pull it back a little bit. Because that is not something you let happen.
Not acceptable.
No,
not
that is 3 kills in 4 minutes from bottom lane. All right, he knows that that's not okay.
Gotta give kudos to this jungle, Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar making plays happen. Like, that is wild.
He's a bit in trouble here. Actually, Saintvicious, when he took the red, didn't kill either of those minions, so it didn't respawn. So he's going to be set behind just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. He just helped 3 kills bottom. That's going to help that bottom lane snowball so hard, and now they know that if they want to try to come back for that, they've got to try to throw some ganks down there, try to get some, something happen bottom lane, and Tarek's just going to be really careful about warding and making sure that doesn't happen. And all he has to do is protect against it, really, and that's going to help Ahri snowball even harder.
I mean, realistically, I have to imagine that Ahri needs to win lane, because I don't think her AD scaling is quite as fantastic as Ezreal's. I'm just gonna throw that out there, based on their kids.
Not. Yeah, possibly not.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Ezreal has the better late game with his like 80% attack speed from his passive.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Let's get an accurate number on that. So no, 50% attack speed. My bad, everybody. My bad. Oh.
But, yeah, top lane has just kind of been farming. Let's see, our Riven is holding up against HotShot. HotShot sitting at 41 CS, Riven at 27. So actually, Riven is getting pushed quite hard in this lane. She's having kind of a rough time here against HotShot.
Yeah, and that's actually a little unusual, as Riven does have the early advantage, but HotShot picking up the early Doran shield going to help him out in that lane. It is pound for pound one of the best defensive items in the entire game.
Oh no, there's the ping going out on Alistar as he heads bottom. They know he's there. They knew he was there. And CLG has learned their lesson from last time not HotShot, but Alistar was in the area. And they do pull back. They do have that tri-bush warded, so they have protected against this gank from Alistar.
They could be posturing up to go for this red buff once again, as Alistar did do the full clear on it, so it's going to be respawning. Yeah, and there it is. So Alistar having a level on Shen could be trying to bully this around, as he knows his bottom lane is significantly ahead. Ahri with 2 Doran's blades to Ezreal's...
They actually are going to posture up for a fight here. You've got Ziggs coming down from mid, Tarek and Ahri coming up from bottom, and you've got blue team who's responded in kind. So we have a 4v4 here for this red buff, and they want it bad. Who's going to get the smite off? And actually does go to red team here. Saintvicious is going to take a lot of damage, but can't. Oh, he does drop, and Tarek has managed to survive. The ignite isn't quite enough, surviving with it was barely, he healed right as I clicked him, so I wasn't able to see, but it was under 10. It was 1 digit. So.
Yeah, and that is really one of the reasons you want to try and bully around over buffs when you have the level advantage, because you're going to be able to smite from just 25 points higher. Doesn't sound like much, but it means the world in that kind of fight. So imagine, if you will, instead of Tarek getting away with that HP, he was auto-attacked by someone with red buff. Yeah. He would have died, and it would have been 1 for 1 instead of 1 for 0, and it would look much better for CLG. It would have been better from a morale perspective, and it would have tangibly been better for them to pick up a kill at this point.
MILLENIUM pulling out all the stops here. They're not letting anything, they're not letting CLG get away with anything here. They're making sure to capitalize on all of those buffs. They're putting pressure where they need to put pressure, and just some fantastic team play here. Ahri harassing this. She does miss the charm. Doublelift does dodge that, but doing pretty well. As far as farm goes, you've got Ahri at 55, Ezreal only at 46, and Doublelift, one of the best farming summoners in the game, arguably.
Yeah.
He is so good.
Mechanically, I would say Doublelift is one of the best AD carries in the entire world. Just very, very good at last hitting, very good at his general positioning, as far as lane control dynamics. But this game, not his best display, I will say. But it could just be adapting to something they've never seen before, because no one in North America was sitting there going, ADR is going to be a thing. That's not something we're on top of.
That's true. Definitely not in high-level play. I mean, like I said, I've played against it, but I haven't played against it in my ranked games. So.
Yeah. This, and for those wondering how to build ADR, no points in Foxfire, 2 points Charm, and maxing Orb of Deceit. So yeah, guys, bring out your ADR build, show your friends.
In before the new meta.
And
ADR.
they're actually rushing down this dragon.
There is not a ward on it, which they know. They've got it pink warded.
So Wriggle's on Ahri already, going to be able to push down this bottom lane. And really, Millennium has to go for the early game close here. They have to 100%.
Oh no, Riven could be in some trouble here getting to her tower. She tries to get in. Yeah, she is able to actually get there.
Yeah.
Kind of went a dangerous way. If I were her, I would have gone through the little bush,
Yeah, it would have been very easy for that to go
go south very quickly.
Yeah, much more poorly.
Especially when you have so much CC there at the turret with Shen, but she was able to get back, so no harm done.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Our mid lane is actually going in favor of Ziggs at this point. He's 81 to only 79, so not much of a favor, but slightly in favor there for our Ziggs. He is out of mana though, however, and Ryze has a blue buff, so you're not going to see him with any mana problems anytime soon.
Now, Ziggs just a generally stronger pusher than Ryze, and that's going to be his advantage here. He's going to push the lane harder than Ryze, and Ryze is going to be forced to either tank the creeps off tower, which is a neutral damage exchange for Ziggs. Ooh, meanwhile, bottom, HotShot's down here trying to make a play happen, but a very unusual defensive ward from Millennium placed right here to give them vision. Showed them HotShot's presence, and they were down here.
It shows you that's actually a really good place, because a lot of people wonder how they can counter the in-lane ganks. And aside from having a ward in that first brush, and that's a great ward there right at the corner. It gives you vision from behind the turret, so you can see.
Yeah, and this is actually the team's vision right here. It actually gave them a little bit more notice than they needed, but they're able to see any interaction between the golems through Fog of War there, which is peculiar. So really, really strong ward placement there, and Ahri is still Ahri, even though she's being built in an unusual sense. So very, very hard to gank. Now, looks like Doublelift is he's going back to basics here. He's saying, you know what, I actually don't need to win this lane, I just need to farm. And
oh no, they do catch Taric under the tower there, though. There's the CC from Leona that I've been waiting to see all game, with HotShot coming in here, but the Alistar CC, is it going to be enough to take out Taric there? They do end up taking out Taric. Heal's going out to try to help him, but Ahri gets a flash. Does she have enough to get away? I don't know if she does. Can Alistar help her? No, Ahri is going to drop here to all of the damage there from CLG. And that was a great play to kind of give them a little bit of an advantage here. And because of that early dragon, we could actually...
That was crazy. It was just that was very strong play from HotShot. He actually held on to his Q until the Shen ultimate was finished channeling. And then he Q'd so that Saintvicious would be directly on top of the kill target.
Then
taunt.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's just really, really, really good play, because particularly in every uncoordinated game, you're gonna see someone with a Shen ultimate run away, or you're gonna see them use their dash ability and then get stunned, and then Shen's way far away from anything useful. But Not at this level of play, guys. Not at this level of play at all. All right, they're
and
coordinated,
these
they're
teams
smart.
yeah, they're 100% with each other. They practice all the time.
Mhm.
They've tried out these comps. They know what works, what doesn't work, and that is one of those things. It shows HotShot's strengths as Aurelia.
Yeah, and that's good character knowledge on both ends, because he has to know how long the Shen channel is to be able to time something like that.
Yep. And Ari actually jumping up here to get a bunch of experience here top.
Now, CLG actually doesn't have the dragon timer, as they didn't get it and they didn't have any vision of it. Oh, and HotShot looking for a dash through the wall here on Tarek, but Tarek actually avoiding the wall, so HotShot isn't going to be able to get that. Good job there on Tarek's part. Is just a little one step to the left and he would have been killed. Nothing he could have done about it.
You know, kind of interesting posturing here from the purple team or red team, because I've got the blind. Yeah, but it looks like they're just going for a push here mid. It looks like they're grouping actually pretty early, which I agree with, actually. I like the idea that they have an early advantage, and so they're forcing CLG to come fight them.
And really the major point of taking that tower, that is they've taken bottom and mid, and that screams dragon control. Because where is blue team gonna run after a dragon fight that's gone poorly? Nowhere. They have to run all the way back here, guys. That's a long route filled with murder and death and horrible things. So really good play here. They're pressing their advantage because they know that they have a very early game team, because AD Ari is not going to scale like Ezreal. And even though everyone gives Ezreal a bunch of crap for not having any scaling, I personally think he scales very well, but no one can really contest that he scales better than AD Ari.
Than Ari, yeah.
100% good play from Millennium's part to try and close this advantage. Or to try and press their advantage and get in a good position for Dragon, which should be respawning soon. So I'd be surprised if we see Riven go back to top, as she just recalled. She should be running down here to get ready for Dragon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she's doing. There's the ping on Ari. They're telling her to get up there. We need you up here for Dragon. It's spawning right now, and it does. And they're going to just go ahead and try to burst this down as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, and this is going to fall incredibly quickly. So really,
CLG's not even. I'm sure they know what's happening, but they've
this little green ward giving them just enough vision so that they know what's going on, but not enough vision that they could react, as HotShot was still top, and they do not want to contest 4v5.
Yeah, as speaking of not contesting a 4v5, they're taking their advantage here and just pushing this tower. So smart, knowing that HotShot enjoys staying top. That's one thing that HotShot is kind of notorious for, is to just stay top and farm. And in this case, they do get the catch there on GG. Shen ult's coming in, and GG's able to flash over the wall and actually pulls Alistar with him because of that headbutt. But they are able to pull off Chauster.
Yeah, and Chauster very nobly attempting to give his life for GG, as GG does have blue buff on him, and he is a primary carry, so cannot afford to give up GG's life. GG needs to be farming as much as he possibly can. So if Chauster wasn't going to die there, GG would have. And Chauster going in there is 100% the right decision. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Yeah, gotta give kudos to Chauster there for taking one for the team, so to say. And
he's already 0-2, so he's worth less gold than GG. Really good play on Chauster's part. Gotta give your life for the right person.
That being
said, that's 90% of what a support is.
I've really got to give kudos here to Millennium. They are showing, they absolutely pressed their advantage there. Aware that HotShot was still top, aware that he was still going to be farming, they just grouped 5, got Dragon, they pushed through the first tower, went back, got Dragon. Using that momentum, just decided to go ahead and push through the second tower, knowing that they weren't in the position to stop them, and they weren't. And then they ended up getting the pick and got Chauster because of it. So in just that play, they were able to get Dragon, 2 towers, and a kill.
Yeah.
Gotta give
and really, CLG actually doing the best that they can to mitigate this situation. Despite the fact that Millennium's up 2 dragons, the gold difference is only about 2.8k. So realistically, actually we're going to be going, we're going up to like 3k. So I'll give it 3k.
Yeah.
realistically, CLG is doing the right thing here. When Millennium's pushed up, they're conceding a tower and taking another one because they know that they can't contest. And that's keeping them even on gold, keeping them pretty, reasonably ahead on farm. All of their carries doing very, very well. So CLG knowing that as long as they don't give up an inhibitor or an inhibitor tower here, they will win late game. All they have to do is stall it out.
Wait. They just have to wait. Yep.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing 100% here. They're just stalling out this game as long as they can because they know Alistar falls off pretty steeply late game. He is, going to become primarily a CC bot. Taric, compared to Leona, much less useful late game. Ahri to Ezreal, we've talked about that extensively. Irelia versus Riven, we've talked about that last game, but for those that don't know, Riven more of a hard carry, Irelia more of an anti-carry, and the anti-carry is going to be more useful here with someone like Ziggs, who is very squishy. And Ryze, monstrous late game, absolutely monstrous, if he's able to get there.
It's an interesting time to look at how our lanes ended up with CS as well, and actually Millennium did a great job keeping up and, even pulling ahead in CS. They've got Ezreal, Doublelift sitting at 139 and Ahri at 142. So they're really, really close there. But, of course, Ahri 2-1. Top lane, you had HotShot is at 136, and this is the lane that had the most disparity here. So 136 on HotShot and 131 on Riven. Really, really close. And then you've got 165 on Ryze and 172 on Ziggs. So all in all, Millennium slightly ahead in the farm, but I mean, there is not a significant difference. Yeah, there is not a significant difference in any lane. Yeah. So well done there by CLG keeping up, even though they were kind of out-pushed and out-harassed early. And I mean, just fabulous. This just shows you, these teams really know what they're doing as far as farming goes.
Yeah, and Doublelift actually choosing to rush Bloodthirster on Ezreal, and that's a pretty good, that's a nice middle of the road type build on Ezreal. Typically you see people in two different camps, and that's one camp which is I gotta pump up the Sheen, or I gotta pump up the Q, so they go with like a Triforce rush. And then there's another camp that really tries to force, he's a real AD carry, he gets to auto attack. So they like to rush the Infinity Edge. And both of those builds really work, but Bloodthirster's a really nice middle of the road where it does pump up the Q significantly and it does help his auto attack significantly. So I really do like this build from Doublelift here.
So one thing that you're going to see here is that we talked about how it's in CLG's best interest to stall. Well, it's in Millennium's best interest not to let them. So you're going to be seeing them, you've been seeing them kind of group here to force team fights, to, force things to happen because they've got the early advantage here. They want to try to push that. So you see them kind of grouping here mid, and I suspect that if they can't make anything happen, they're going to pull back towards the Baron. Because look at Shen, bottom, is just pushing that tower.
Yeah.
They can't keep letting that happen.
That's what Shen does. That's his profession, That's why you see Shen banned, because of split pushes like this. But the damage they're doing in this tower is actually pretty significant. So CLG is going to have to make a play because there's really no situation where a tier 2 tower is equal to an inhibitor tower.
Yeah.
Because an inhibitor tower is crucial in a million different ways. But Millennium realizing that Ziggs kind of doesn't have the mana to continue a poke war like that. So they're going to go pick up Dragon and then maybe go stop Saintvicious.
This could be a bad play for them, though, if CLG decides to go rush the Baron, and they don't have vision on it right now.
No, and rushing Baron would 100% be the smartest move for CLG here, because I think that they could actually win in a straight-up fight if they were to not take too much damage from the Baron. But Millennium actually picking up on that, go to check it out, and realize, CLG peeled out before they saw. So
they didn't even realize they were there.
Yeah.
Very, very close. But yeah, good job knowing that they didn't have eyes on Baron and needed to get that word out. So they did a good job doing that.
No, and that's good game sense. Very, very strong awareness 5 people missing, they're probably not at home like doing laundry. They're probably doing Baron.
Probably doing something important.
Yeah.
Speaking of something important, CLG here is pushing through this outer turret, and they are going to kind of continue with the momentum onto this middle turret, knowing that they have 3 bottom right now killing Shen, which is going to allow the rest of the team to push through this turret here. But they actually decide to pull off of it, knowing that Millennium is going to collapse on him here. And this could be bad for CLG because it's a 4v5, and Baron is ready and exposed.
No,
so you actually... Go ahead.
I really don't think that there's any way Millennium's going to be strong enough to get Baron down, because realistically they'd have to get it down before Shen is able to respawn, because he still has his ultimate up.
Because he can ultimate it. And that's
exactly.
what I was going to say, is that Millennium going in there towards Baron, but wisely pulled back because of that
very
exact
good.
thing.
And, you know, I really didn't expect Shen to die there. I expected him to just ulti out, because that is typically what you'll see from a Shen player. But really, really interesting that really good play from Millennium, able to stagger their stuns to the point that Shen can't actually escape from that. You know, Alistar, Riven, Taric being what killed him. So not going to be able to burn all of those stuns in a professional environment.
So Chauster, instead of getting the Oracle, decided to actually just go for a pink ward on Baron. And
And
oh no, HotShot actually saw where he threw that ward, but it's going to force him. Oh, he does have another pink ward in his inventory, so HotShot's going to go ahead and take that out, and he's thrown this pink ward in the bush, so that actually has that completely covered.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, strong game sense there kicking in, letting them know exactly where they should be watching to prevent warding. And
Okay, it looks like Pluto is taking over now, so.
I don't know how long till the switch actually, like,
Not
officially
sure.
happens.
My stream won't load, so.
Are we online?
Says we
It
are,
won't
but
actually
I don't
fuse because
see.
of the stream, so let's just kind of switch it.
Alright.
I don't know, like, how long of a delay it may be.
I'm gonna constantly refresh this game list.
Yeah, me too.
Alright, you can probably pull down stream just because he's gonna put it up here soon, so.
Did we officially, did...
I refreshed the stream and I'm watching an ad, which is ridiculous. So
Can't even get to your own stream. It's pretty sad. Let's see.
actually, we are online.
Whoa, welcome. Hey, we're live.
Wow.
That's fantastic. Good to know.
Actually, we are. I'm ready.
Yeah, we're just waiting now for the next game to happen. I'm just kind of refreshing this list, listening to a few tunes, waiting for, what are we doing next? FNATIC versus...
FNATIC versus Alternate, which Alternate is already out, but it's gonna affect FNATIC's record.
Yeah,
and
it kind of
it's-
matters. They need to
So
actually win this game.
they want to have the best record as possible.
Exactly. And you know, no beef or anything with Alternate, but they just haven't been playing that fantastically so far.
Yeah.
So
Well-
we'll see what happens.
We'll see. When you get into this kind of situation, you got nothing to lose. I mean, you might be able to pull something out of thin air, you know?
And that would be the
Any
most
fish
impressive
you
thing.
And that's something that's dangerous to go up against as FNATIC, because you never know what's going to come from them. Like, it could be anything.
Yeah, this is like one of those things where it's
could go
basically
for-
one of Alternate's last games, so like they've got nothing to lose. So like they're like the cornered bobcat that you don't want to go against. Yeah, they're gonna
They
come
go
out
for,
fighting
like, a
tooth and nail.
full strat and pick like Shaco, Evelyn, Master Yi or something crazy. You never know, really.
Yeah, I don't know why or what situation you would be in where you cornered a bobcat, but that's not a good situation at all. I can tell you that much, because bobcats are ferocious.
I'm ready to do some shoutcasting though.
I know. We've been waiting just about forever to actually
for
get in on
long
this.
time. It's about 8 a.m. now, in where I am. And
Yeah,
North
it's what
America.
time? I don't even know what time it is. It's 7 a.m. Oh God. We've been waiting around because this whole tournament and everything started at 2 a.m. I guess Central Standard Time, which is my time, and then all of a sudden it took just a while to get started and get going, get the ball rolling, and so I've been kind of waiting around since then, waiting to cast and everything. So I've been officially watching the stream and watching the tournament for the past 5 hours, just waiting for my turn to cast, and finally here it is. We have arrived at the moment. If we can get a game up and we can get into it, that would be even better.
I've been watching videos of other casters watching freaking Xenon and all them. Hopefully we can be as excited as the Korean casters. We just
Play
get
good!
excited. Yeah. Oh my God, Huck built a probe. Just over the
Huck
little
built a
thing.
probe. He's building SCVs. We're gonna bring StarCraft like excitement into the LoL scene.
That's
exactly
what we're gonna do.
Oh man, that would be fantastic. I just I don't know. Everything's been going so well. Like I'm really happy about the production quality of everything so far, of this World Championships. You know, everyone's been doing really a bang up job, and I think that's something that we definitely need and we love in the League of Legends community. You know. We had
Absolutely. And you
how many
see a
people
lot
are
of
watching the
views
main
for
stream?
I don't even know because I'm watching the premium high definition
Premium
stream.
HD stream. Oh,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so HD. Look at those pixels.
It is. Look at look at those guys. You can see them in all their beauty. You can see all his facial hair
I
there.
can see the pores. I can literally see their pores, which is like a great. It's 87,000 on the mainstream. So look at
Oh,
that.
really?
And it's like early on. Like these are just group stages. You know, just wait until those finals hit on the 10th. Boy, oh boy. I don't. What are your predictions? How many viewers do you think they're gonna get on that last day?
Well, you know, at DreamHack they had 200,000 concurrent viewers for the finals. So for IEM Hanover, you know, I predict the game has grown significantly since then. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was double
Double?
the viewership.
You think we're gonna
calling.
approach half? No. You think we're
I'm
gonna approach
calling.
500,000 watchers?
I'm calling it 400K plus.
400K plus for the finals. Wow.
It's gonna be big. League of Legends has grown so much since then.
I mean, it definitely has, but we'll see. We're not going to Dignitas vs. Millennium. We're going into FNATIC. The Dignitas vs. Millennium game is up, but that's not the game we're going into.
Yeah.
Sadly.
And you know, DreamHack was mostly just North America versus Europe. And I think there was some, like, Asian teams there, but not really too much of a presence. But now that League of Legends has taken off in Korea and China, you're getting more of that crowd here as well. As we saw earlier, and continue to see in chat, all the Chinese people participating.
Yeah.
That this has really become a worldwide event. And that's where you're going to see a lot of growth in viewership numbers.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because when I first joined the chat, and you know, me and you are both, of course, moderators in the chat, and we were like, you know, Chinese, it takes up a lot of room, so it kind of looks like people they're saying a lot of stuff.
Like spam,
it looks like it's flooding, but it's. I mean, like I have no. Maybe it is. Maybe they are spamming right now, but I'm ignorant, and ignorance is bliss. So I don't know what to. I don't know what to say about that.
You know what we need? We need a Chinese moderator to be able to filter out
We do.
the correct Chinese input.
That would be fantastic.
Unfortunately, we don't have anyone on staff that can speak Chinese.
We need to get a Chinese person on staff. That should be the next thing.
That's
we do.
our next goal.
That's our next goal.
I think Skara speaks Chinese,
Get that dude on.
but he's kind of busy right now.
Nope. Get him out of that game, and he's gonna come and now Skara is gonna become the new chat moderator for us. I'm gonna go into the Dignitas vs. Millennium game chat and say, hey Skara, you don't need to be here right now. Come moderate our chat, our Twitch TV chat.
So what game do they have up on the main stage coming up here?
I guess it's gonna be that Dignitas vs. Millennium game.
Yeah, apparently. There's no other, it's just FNATIC Alternate Dignitas Millennium. And Millennium already out as well, so really, two teams that are just, they've got nothing to lose versus these top contenders. I think FNATIC is 2-1 and Dignitas is 2-1.
Yes, because Dignitas lost to FNATIC. That was the only loss.
Yeah.
And FNATIC lost to AAA. And Millennium is, I guess, 0-3 right now.
0-3. I mean,
And Alternate's 0-3. So yeah, this is
that last
two 2-1
game
teams versus two 0-3
with
teams.
the 80 Ari, I thought they were gonna pull out something crazy, and they did. So the Ari just dominated the bottom lane completely.
Yeah, but early on.
And then
That's
once
only-
I saw
only
her
early
buy two Doran's blades, I was like just devastated. I was like, oh my gosh.
I know, I was completely expecting, because we've seen the AP carry go bottom with the support and do fine. And me and you both were in a call and we were watching the stream, we were talking about it amongst ourselves, and we were saying, the Leona Ezreal's pretty much a kill lane, you know. Leona gets in there, uses her Shield of Daybreak, and locks down the target while Ez just rains down damage from afar. But if you have the CC of Dazzle plus Charm combined, she's not going to want to get in there because she's going to come out on the bottom of that trade, and she's not going to want to do that all the time, which effectively stops a kill lane like that. So I assumed when they got those first 3 kills with help from Alistar, she was going to go back and buy, I don't know, Doran's or Amplifying Tomes, Doran's Rings that is, or Amplifying Tomes or something, But when she went back and bought those 2 Doran's blades, I was like, she just made a huge mistake.
Well, I went back and checked her runes and masters, and she had already fully committed to being AD going into that game. She had 16 flat AD runes, and then she had 24, 6, and 0 masteries, like all into AD. So, I mean, she invested pretty heavily into that. I thought the lane was good, though, Ahri Taric against Leona Ezreal, as we saw, especially with an Alistar jungle backing you up.
Mm-hmm.
The true damage from Orb of Deception really able to chunk away Leona's health despite all her resist stacking that
But if
Leona's
it's not
known
scaling, then it's not doing any damage.
If it's not scaling, then yeah, it's only good early, and then late game you're just out of luck.
Yeah, so base, it just doesn't do enough damage to, I think, constitute an AD build, which is just a little bit crazy.
So, I mean, Ezreal gets a lot of flack for not scaling very well into late game, but, you know, I think he actually does. I think the reason that's become such a popular opinion is that a lot of people build, like, Trinity Force Ezreal, and you're spending 4,000 gold on like a mid-game item.
Yeah.
And Doublelift actually went straight for the Bloodthirster, 3,000 gold, which is one of the best late-game scaling items for an AD, because you're getting, once you fill it up, you get plus 100 damage, plus 20% lifesteal or more, and especially with those Ezreal Qs, you're just able to chunk people late game.
Yeah, the Qs scale really well, and you're also, like, one of the good reasons to get a Trinity Force, of course, is the Phage. The Phage is incredible, but the same thing can be said about Red Buff, and also at the same time you get Zeal out of a Trinity Force as well, which gives you attack speed. But guess what? Those are all stats that Ezreal can get by himself or with Red Buff. You know, his passive, the Rising Spell Force, gives him up to 50% attack speed at its max stacks, which is a crap ton. And then if he gets Red Buff as well, and then he gets a Bloodthirster on top of that, he's going to be hitting so much harder than he will if he had gotten a Trinity Force for 4,000 gold. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I've gotten Doublelift's take on this, and his idea, he's very a traditional AD carry player. He doesn't like the new builds with, like, Wriggles Dancers or Trinity Force, because he says he doesn't think an AD carry should be building for utility or, like, tankiness, health, and things like that. He thinks an AD's job is to deal a lot of damage. So that's, you can see it in his item builds. He goes directly for those big BF sword items, Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge. And he positions himself properly in teamfights to be able to output enough damage. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't really rely on the utility of the move speed from Zeal or health and slow from Phage. He just completely puts trust in himself as an AD carry player that he'll position himself properly and be able to perform well enough in a team fight to carry and build purely damage. And it's worked out great for him, even with a horrible start in that last game.
Yeah, but as Kara kind of pointed out during the game, Ezreal only had one death, and that was because of that early gank and death. After that, he just played safe, played passively, farmed to his heart's content, and really got to where he needed to be. Got to a plateau that Ahri couldn't quite reach when she's built AD.
And that's what CLG really does best, is they stall the game out and farm to the late game. And they're known for that historically, just throughout Season 1 and all of the League of Legends tournaments they've participated in. They're not really known as a more aggressive early game team, but more just a standard farm your way into the late game and team fight properly, and then you'll win. Just keeping it basic.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, I wish this game would actually come up eventually.
Yeah, I guess they are just doing some on-stage stuff, maybe some interviews with the FNATIC guys, or that would be the hold-up right now.
Let's see. Maybe I can pull up a stream of the actual stage. and we can find out.
I'm going to continue refreshing the game list.
Yeah, me too. So on the mainstream right now, they're featuring the what is that? Dignitas versus MILLENIUM, which is currently pretty much starting. But I have not seen FNATIC versus Alternate even created yet.
No.
And I've pretty much been watching it like a hawk.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they could be switching computers around, because sometimes the computers they're using at these live events overlap, and they have to switch and get their accounts straightened out. There's a lot of complications that come with being at a live
There we
event.
go. It's up.
Oh, it's up now?
Yeah. FNATIC Mellisan's game.
You know, I was really impressed with FNATIC's comeback victory over Dignitas a couple games ago.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? The thing was incredible.
It was just... I remember the last time they met at an Intel Extreme Masters, and that was in New York City, and FNATIC just crushed them in group stage. Just... I think Lamia just carried incredibly hard with Kog'Maw and Mellisan on new support, and Dignitas really just started off on the wrong foot and never really got back into the game.
Yeah, and by all metrics that we were counting, really, FNATIC was pretty much out. But the thing that we kept talking about is the fact that they were down like 14 kills at one point. Okay, and they had Baron, I believe, at this point. They were kind of pressuring mid. They were down 14 kills, but what we could see as spectators is that they were pretty much even in gold. Like, FNATIC and Dignitas had just about the same gold values, even though FNATIC was down 14 kills. And I feel like FNATIC was really timid about actually engaging in a full 5-on-5 fight because they saw they were down 14 kills. Had they known that they were pretty much even on gold because of their fantastic farm and dragon takes, that they would have been so much less hesitant to engage and would have done so and potentially won those fights and been able to finish it a lot quicker without it kind of dragging on to the point where it almost became a stalemate and they almost were going to lose again. But that's just something you don't really know as a player unless you have some amazing game sense of how well the farm is going on either side, and also where Dragon has gone to each team, you know?
Yeah, and really you get a much better view of the game when you can see both sides and then the statistics from the spectator mode. But Dignitas was kind of put on the defensive there, and even though FNATIC was kind of hesitant to engage on them, they did play it carefully enough to where that they won a lot of the team fights towards the later part of the game. And really those Baron steals that they kept coming up with, it wasn't that the Baron itself or the gold really differential from taking Baron was helping them. It was more like the Baron was giving them their confidence back that they could win the game, because really the entire time they were neck and neck with Dignitas in gold. Like, they had caught up really well. And you know, when you get that inhibitor down and you're able to just kind of farm and catch a breath before the other team can really do anything, then that tends to happen. You catch up and farm a little bit. And Dignitas, we saw there, was kind of hesitant. They were kind of shaken up by the Twisted Fate split pushing.
Oh yeah, totally.
We saw he went to backdoor that open mid inhibitor, and instead of forcing a fight on Baron, because TF didn't have ult, or trying to jump on the 4 FNATIC members that were split from their TF, they kind of ran towards the TF in their own jungle and then hesitated and said, wait, we should be going for Baron or forcing a fight. And then in that moment of turning around, Corki was in the wrong position to turn around, and he was the first one exposed to FNATIC, and he got blown up immediately.
Yeah.
and it just went all downhill from there.
Yeah, they just did this weird kind of, they were like, maybe we should go back, and they got caught in that little choke point that is right by Baron on the purple side. They were like, do we go back and stop that split push, or do we go fight a Baron right now, 4v5? And just that one little misstep, that one little faux pas really cost them a Corki, which cost them, everything. And that entire time, TF got mid inhibitor, got top inhibitor, tried to do a little bit of damage to the bottom turret without his own creep wave, saw that it was frivolous, and just kind of went back. And Dignitas got nothing out of that.
Absolutely. And just the TF backdoor was brilliant. Even without Will of the Ancients to keep him sustained from those minions, he was able to take just 2 inhibitors. He took 2 inhibitors, and the 1 turret up top he finished off by himself. And he was allowed a lot of freedom to do that, whereas Dignitas sort of was able to take the middle inhibitor, but it was just too little too late, and they weren't able to come back from that point on. They had lost their footing in the entire game.
They really needed to start Baron right there and try to win a 4v5 Baron fight, because the opportunity cost of them letting TF take 2 inhibitors was just nothing. They didn't get Baron out of it. They didn't really get a counter inhibitor. All right, did they get a counter inhibitor in mid?
Yeah, they did get the mid inhibitor.
Okay, but still 1 for 2, not really great at all.
But again, that comes back to, it's easy for us to see, but when you're in the heat of the moment in that game and you can't really tell where they are because of fog of war, and you don't know who has more gold or who will win the team fight, and then you've got Twisted Fate split pushing, and the Barons previously were stolen, it's kind of hard to make a decision and stick to it. So I can see where the hesitation's coming from.
Yeah.
But then again, if you make the wrong choice and commit to it, that's also going to be bad in your situation.
Yeah.
So really, they just needed to figure out what to do quicker and just kind of rely more on their instinct and game sense to try and pull that out.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, hindsight's always 20/20. So when they look back on it, of course they're going to say, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that, blah, blah, blah. But you described it perfectly. In the heat of the moment, when the fog of war is raining down on you, sometimes you don't play optimally, and that's the entire name of the game, essentially. You wait for the enemy team to screw up, you capitalize on it, and you win, and you just hope to God you don't screw up as well.
Especially at a LAN event, and here they are in Germany with the entire crowd cheering for the European teams.
Yeah,
and
it's tough too.
All their fans from North America are just at home.
Yeah.
It's a different game from being just in your home, online, in your comfortable computer chair, just what you're used to in your comfort zone. But when you bring these people out into LAN, and I know Skara recently said in the FNATIC game, he blew a couple summer spells and maybe an ult because of having his keyboard malfunction somehow or set up wrong, and it just comes back to comfort and being used to your surroundings.
Yeah, and I know a lot of players do actually bring their own keyboard and mouse and stuff to different places, but some people don't.
Yeah,
I don't know if he does. Is he one of those players that does?
Yeah, they do bring their own keyboard and mouse, but I know FNATIC, their performance at live events is extremely, extremely impressive. They just have a history. Season 1 champions at DreamHack, and continue to perform well at live events. Placed second in IEM New York. So really, a great LAN team.
And it's almost a little unfortunate, I could say, just because most of the times to get to those big LAN events, you have to do some kind of an online qualifier. So it would kind of suck if they blew in an online qualifier, but we know their track record at LAN events, and we know how good they can be at LAN events. It would just be a shame for them to not be able to go to a LAN event just because they don't play their best online. And it all depends on where they are, where the which server the big online event is taking place on, because, you know, of course lag is always an issue for overseas players. So if it's a North American qualifier event, they may not be able to play to their full potential while at a LAN. You know, it's usually pretty lag free and usually pretty okay.
Well, hey, even in New York they did well, and that was in North America, so great job by FNATIC there, Lamia and Mellisan, really just great bottom lane players, and they pulled their team together in that New York tournament where I actually attended that one, and it was just a great environment and atmosphere at Intel Extreme Masters.
I wish I could be in Hanover right now, but I'm not, and I'm at the closest possible thing I could be. I've got front row seats essentially to this game, along with, you know, apparently, what is this? What do we have right now? 6,000 to 8,000 of my closest friends online, and we're getting into this game right now. It's going to be FNATIC versus Team Alternate. Bands coming out right now. Twisted Fate, the first band from FNATIC. Pretty sure what we've been hearing just about the entire tournament is that Twisted Fate and Nocturne are both targeted bands towards Alternate because they love those two champions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what else? Xenon has been constantly mentioning that ForellenLord likes to play Orianna. And he's been at the top of the solo queue ladder in Europe playing Orianna. And so that's what he's known for. But here we see Twisted Fate, Nocturne, Shen bands, all like global control type alternates from those champions. And
then Alistar, Karthus, Shyvana being banned from Team Alternate. FNATIC, obviously. I think didn't they just now use Alistar jungle in their last match? So definitely something that Alternate does not want to go against. Shyvana, also just a very strong top laner, also a very strong jungler. And Karthus, you know, he's Karthus. I mean, I'm not quite sure what to say about him that much, except for that European teams seem to absolutely love that guy as an AP mid. So why not just take him off the table entirely? First pickup from Alternate being Taric, and then the first two pickups from FNATIC are going to be Nunu and potentially Kog'Maw, kind of hovering over that. I haven't seen a Kog'Maw yet this tournament, but he's a potentially very strong AD carry with a great late game.
Yeah, like I said, Lamia loves Kog'Maw, and what they're really trying to do here is they're saving their solo picks for the 4th and 5th picks, and to try to hide them so they don't get counterpicked, which the solo lanes are the most susceptible to being counterpicked, whereas Nunu, Kog'Maw, Taric, Ashe, really, you can't do too much to really hurt that in terms of bottom lane picks.
Yeah.
So that's a good job by them, and Alternative actually might be picking up their AP now.
Potentially. They're hovering on Bran right now. Let's see if they actually lock that in. And they've also got Ashe over there. And the thing about that is just, like, Alternate has first pick. That's cool and all. But at a tournament level like this, you almost rather last pick. Because as you said, it's way easier to counter pick in one of those last positions. And the first position, since you don't want to be counter picked that early, is almost always going to be a support position or something it's almost impossible to counterpick. Like, you don't really counterpick a Taric, you don't really counterpick a Soraka or Sona. So I would 100% rather last pick in one of these big tournament games just for that reason.
And here we go, FNATIC again going with their Nautilus Orianna, and I'm wondering if Orianna kind of was leaning towards countering ForellenLord, picking it up. And we've actually been seeing a lot of Nautilus jungle during this tournament, which is awesome to see. I love seeing new champions being picked up in tournament play, because it's a rare sight, really. These pro players, they have so many events going on constantly that it's hard to find time to practice new champions and learn them and pick them up and try to perform at a tournament level with those types of champions.
Yeah, and it looks like I keep wanting to say Attention, because their short handle is ATN, but it's not. Alternate. Alternate has decided to pick up Volibear rather than that brand. They decide to pick up the brand a little bit later as their last pick, along with Wukong, while FNATIC is going to lock in the Orianna. And now it looks like they're hovering on Gangplank, so it could be a Gangplank pick up top with the Nautilus in jungle, Orianna in mid, and a nice
it looks
new
like
Cogbot. Go ahead.
I'm excited to see Volibear jungle. I know one of my friends loves Volibear jungle, but I've never seen anyone else attempt it. So this is going to be exciting to see at the World Championships And it might come back to, I don't know if it's part of their normal lineup, but it's the point where they have nothing to lose again, so they're really free to try anything at this point.
And this is, we've already said it, many times before. Alternate has nothing to lose at this point. They can try just about anything to screw up FNATIC, because now that they're 0-3, they don't have a it's sad to say they don't really have a chance of making it past these group stages here. But since FNATIC is 2-1 and Dignitas is 2-1, Alternate has a chance here to screw up FNATIC's record, and essentially they would be responsible for knocking FNATIC out of not getting past the group stages. And if Dignitas were to win against MILLENIUM, I believe they're playing right now, who is also 0-3, Dignitas would have a big leg up on FNATIC coming into the last round of group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. But FNATIC having beaten Dignitas, if they end up with tied scores, that's going to go towards FNATIC, 100%. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform and how these group stages turn up. And I'm particularly excited for the last game.
Last game is the CLG...
No, our last game that we're casting.
Our last game, yeah.
Dignitas AAA.
AAA, yeah. That will be fun. So let's look in here just to go over the lanes real quick. Looks like we're going to see ForellenLord on Brand against xPeke in mid. Brand versus Orianna. Who do you give the edge to?
Since ForellenLord is so used to playing Orianna, I would say that he might have the advantage there. I think Orianna's spells are easier to land than Brand's, but if the Brand can land the EQ combo, then definitely he's going to be able to have that opportunity to just burst down Orianna. And she doesn't really have any innate blink spells. She does have the speed boost, and she's picked up Flash, so she could escape from that, but it's potentially a lot of damage coming from ForellenLord.
Oh man, I don't know what happened, but apparently you're gonna love this, but my overlay is off as well. Apparently it is. Hold on one second. I have to change this.
Okay, so we see as far as level 1, it looks like Alternative is going for the more aggressive invade here. They do have the Tarek stun level 1, and Volibear has not chosen a spell yet. He could potentially pick up Rolling Thunder and fling someone back towards his team.
Yeah, you can see Tarek's already taken his Dazzle, so they're looking for that level 1 team fight. And Kog'Maw is in this bush, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch that Kog'Maw at all. Pillar of Flame being picked up by Brand. Nimbus Strike to be able to catch up on Wukong, and Ashe taking her volley, of course, because there's hardly any other choice at level 1 except maybe Hawkshot. They say this is going to be a hard invade here from Team Alternate, going to go ahead and try to take FNATIC's blue, but FNATIC has the exact same idea. They're working towards Alternate's blue right now. The CV coming down, so they definitely know. Let me go ahead and turn on colorblind mode real fast.
And they can't really contest their own blues, so this is the perfect choice to just go for the enemy jungle. And as far as top lane, I noticed Shushei has taken Ignite, whereas Wukong from the other team has Teleport, and that's going to provide him with Dragon control. He's going to be able to teleport down for ganks and to help with Dragon, whereas Gangplank might go for more of an aggressive type laning phase and try to get a couple kills on Wukong. You never know. And he's also going to have that global ultimate to be able to help with Dragon without teleport.
Some damage going on. Ashe getting very, very low down here in that Tribe Rush. Kog'Maw and Nunu were just kind of waiting in this brush at River, waiting to slow him. Here comes Volibear from behind. He flings the Nunu behind him. That's going to be a dead Nunu right there. First blood going for Alternate onto that Nunu. And it is going to be Volibear's kill and gold to take home.
However, top Nautilus is going to come in for the Wukong. He does not have Decoy yet. He misses the Immobilize, but lands it on his second attack. Gangplank going in. He gets hooked by Nautilus, though. The Ignite goes off from Shushei. 2 flashes go out.
Wukong's going to be
One
okay.
parlay, but Wukong does survive the encounter.
Very, very close right there. And, you know, First Blood had already been picked up, but they were just kind of going all in. They had lost First Blood. FNATIC had really just wanted to get something on their side, on the scoreboard for them there. But that Wukong just able to barely escape with just about 100 health.
I'm really curious as to why Lamia and Mellisan decided to go aggressive on the Ash Taric in that position when they knew Volibear was starting at their blue. It may have just slipped their mind, or maybe they thought they could get a quick kill, but they really paid for that. It looks like the first blood did go to Volibear, and that's going to set his jungle to a very nice start.
Yeah, and he's just continuing on his jungle route right now. He did start Cloth Armor 5 pots, so there's no rush for him to go home anytime soon. He does have already 830 gold under his belt, so he could easily go back and get a Madrid's very soon if he wants to build into that. Not quite sure what a jungle Volibear usually builds. Do you have any idea? Is it just kind of a Wriggles normal build, or a Heart of Gold?
I've seen more Wriggles builds, but I have seen the double gold items as well. I know that the Wriggles build seems to be more effective. Here he goes, flashing in on Lamia,
and getting a great
the
snowball.
Snowball was able to slow him down just enough for Lamia to get away, and that's where Nunu support really shines, is the utility to give your support, or to give your AD rather, speed and utility and attack speed, while also slowing the enemy. So great job by Mellisan there.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder gives you a 45% move speed increase, but that Snowball takes away 20% of that, essentially. So he was just not quite able to catch up that Cogmaw even after burning his Flash. A little disappointing there, but what can you do? And here he comes again, forcing a burn Flash on xPeke in mid. xPeke very, very low on mana. He's going to be forced to go back. It looks like, let's see what xPeke has in gold. He has about 700 gold. Going to go back. Oh, actually, he's getting poked a little bit with that Pillar of Flame. ForellenLord saying, "You're not going back till I'm letting you go back."
And Volibear so far overall has been doing a great job pressuring the lanes from his jungle, off to a good start with that first blood as well. And if you don't know and you're not familiar with Volibear jungle, he gets a lot of kills during ganks with the last hit on his W, his Frenzy Bite. It does a ton of damage, and it's based off of missing health, so there is an execution function there where he can kind of get pretty fed, and he does a lot of damage. Don't be fooled. Like, he's not a complete full tank. He's got those Thunderclaw ultimates, and he can put out tons of damage during team fights. And we see Nautilus actually posturing for a gank mid.
Yeah, ForellenLord kind of being pressured top just a little bit by Orianna, but Nautilus still kind of just resting on his laurels, waiting to go in. Here he comes in. He's going to get the anchor pull off. He gets stunned by the Conflagrate and Seer combo as he's being pulled. So he was just dazed and confused as he was being pulled towards that wall, which is kind of silly.
I'm actually impressed that ForellenLord has the composure to be able to pull off that stun, and also starting Doran's Ring mid lane, foregoing the extra mobility and just straight up going a sustained harassing build on Brand.
Yeah, and you know, like you said before the game even started, ForellenLord plays a lot of Orianna, so I feel like he would be the best and worst case scenario to go against as Orianna, you know, because he knows how she plays, he knows how she behaves, and so he's able to really counter her just from his playability, regardless of what champion he actually is on.
Right, and usually against skill shot type champions, a lot of people like to go boots to be able to dodge them. But I think ForellenLord knows Orianna's strengths, and he's kind of just staying back, throwing spells out to get CS, and it's going well for him so far, really. Actually, top
Wukong, I don't know, you didn't even see that Nautilus. Nautilus is coming in with his shield. Is he going to land that anchor on him? Oh, he just barely misses the anchor on that Wukong. Wow. And Nautilus is so strong in that respect. When he hits that anchor, it's got a little bit of a CC attached to it as well. But not only that, his passive hits you like a truck and CCs you just for that extra second. It just immobilizes you, not necessarily stunning you or CCing you, but it really can mean the death of you if it actually hits.
Right now, Alternate actually picked up a free dragon while Nautilus was top, attempting to gank on Wukong. So great map awareness by them.
Yeah, picking up that dragon at 7:24, so it'll be back up around the 13.5-minute mark. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. They have the ward coverage on it. They have a pink ward on it already. So they're kind of asserting their dominance right now as far as wards go. FNATIC not really having... They've got a couple wards down in some key gank locations, but they don't really have that vision on dragon. So I don't even know if they realize it's been taken at this point. Oh, and Brand able to steal that blue away from Orianna with his Pillar of Flame. That was
especially
fantastic.
With the ward coverage. Just good foresight on them, knowing when that blue's going to come up around the 7-minute mark after they stole it. and Brand was just able to position himself properly to steal it.
Yeah, and that's definitely where knowing the timer and your enemy's buffs really comes into play, because FNATIC knew it was going to be up. They knew nationalesl was going to donate it to Orianna, so he kind of converged on there, kind of waited around for it. But at the same time, FNATIC's not doing the same with Alternate's blue buff. You know, they stole that in the very beginning and gave it to nationalesl, so they know the timer on it, but they're not really pressuring it right now, which is kind of something they need to do. Oh, the ultimate onto the Brand in the distance for the slow. The anchor misses again. I don't think I've seen him really land a great anchor yet, which is kind of a shame. And it's such a big model. It's kind of hard to miss, but I guess in the heat of battle, sometimes you predict a little too much.
Top, the Volibear might come for a gank on Shushei. He's a bit overextended on this Wukong, and there he goes with the ult. Volibear with the Rolling Thunder. Wukong getting ignited. GP ult goes out into the brush
Nice
and flash juking Shushei. However, Shushei flash counters, but parlays the decoy. Volibear continuing
Rolling
to chase
Thunder,
onto him.
here's
Gets the
the
Rolling
throw.
Thunder again. nationalesl is here for backup, and Volibear might want to get out of here now. Although Shushei is out of mana, he's going to get those auto attacks off and be able to slow him. Forces the flash. So no kills going down top.
Yeah, and that was just Volibear used his Frenzy execute ability just a little too early, if you ask me. It was on cooldown, like he had like 4 seconds left on cooldown before he could use it on that Shushei at the very end. That would have finished him off. So I think if he had held onto it just a little bit longer, he would have gotten more damage output on it, and it would have been a little bit better, and probably killed that Shushei before nationalesl even showed up.
Actually, just now mid, Bran was able to land a good stun on Orianna and force a flash. So great job by ForellenLord, really knowing that matchup very well. I'm sure he's played it several times.
Yeah, but mostly from the Orianna side of things, but it helps either way, you know? It's a two-way street.
Right now I feel like Alternative has a very good posture in the game. They've taken blue twice now. They've taken dragon. And they're really doing a good job pressuring from jungle, whereas nationalesl, unfortunately, has been missing those key anchor grabs. So, unfortunate for that. Although FNATIC, Lamia, and Mellisan seem to be playing well. There's an arrow heading mid for that nationalesl, but it does miss.
Just missed him just a bit outside. That is a shame. Yeah, those anchors. If he had landed the past like 2 to 3 anchors, I'm pretty sure that would have been like 2 to 3 kills. Here comes the death charge on ForellenLord. He's able to put a good bit of distance between him and nationalesl, however. Oh, and there's the ignite and the ultimate from Orianna, able to take down Brand. Now Volibear is trying to do his best to take down this Orianna as well, but will he fall? His passive kicks in. He needs one more auto attack onto the Orianna. Is he going to get it? He does get it, but nationalesl is going to take him down as well. That is a 2-for-1 exchange in the advantage of FNATIC.
Great exchange from FNATIC, and Volibear really was lucky to be able to pull out that much damage and execute the Orianna, so kind of a consolation prize.
Bot lane looks like it's just kind of a farmathon. Ashe rocking 80 CS right now to Kog'Maw's 86, so they're fairly even. You got a little bit of an advantage going on to Kog'Maw's side, of course. Nunu helping his buddy out as much as he can with those snowballs and Blood Boil, which is exceptionally powerful. Just helping his last hitting, helping his damage output overall. Kog'Maw's gone back, has his Berserker's Greaves. Ashe went back and actually decided to go double Doran's Blade rather than her level 2 boots right now. So she's going to have 103 damage while Kog'Maw is rocking 99. So he's definitely got those 80 runes in his favor. Ashe probably rocking some armor pin runes, I'd say.
And now that everyone's got their ultimates, I think the next dragon fight will be a lot more interesting. We'll be able to see how Gangplank ult comes into play and how Wukong makes use of his teleport. And xPeke has been landing some great Orianna ults. So we'll see how that plays out.
The dragon will be up in less than a minute. In fact, it'll be about 43 or so seconds till it's up, and then we will see probably the dragon fight. Looks like Wukong and Gangplank are just kind of still farming top. Gangplank's just one of those champions. He doesn't have teleport, so he can't make it down there as fast as Wukong can, but Gangplank's ultimate is not a force to just kind of shrug off. It's definitely a big thing that they need to think about whenever that dragon fight does break out.
And nationalesl is doing a good job here of clearing wards with that oracles.
And Nautilus and Volibear having a little bit of an exchange in this brush. That shield from Oriana is so big on Nautilus. That's pretty fantastic. Such a big unit model.
The Janna shields too we've been seeing are huge.
Yeah. And the Ashe taking a lot of damage down here, being hit by those Kog'Maw living artilleries, but I don't think he's going to be able to quite take her down. But this is some good poke now that Dragon has spawned. Oh, up in mid, actually, Volibear going down to the Nautilus and Oriana combo right there. Nautilus not going to fall that night, going to bring him very, very low. But right now, I don't know who could possibly take this Dragon, if anyone. Wukong has decided to come down bottom. He still has his teleport, so he kind of just walked down there, Gangplank, putting some damage down on this Brandon mid. But I think FNATIC could... No, I think Alternate might be able to take this Dragon depending on how things go for the next 30 or so seconds.
Shushei actually expelled a lot of cooldowns on that Brand using his ultimate and Ignite and Flash, but able to make him recall, not quite able to get the kill. I don't know who can position the best for Dragon right now. Nautilus has to get back there, Volibear as well, making his way back. And this could be quite the struggle for Dragon.
Yeah, both teams, and I mean this is where the teleport could come into play very well. Wukong going back up top to push a little bit. Gangplank going up there as well. So if Wukong wanted to TP down, about now would be the time. Looks like he's just going to try to hoof it down there. I don't know if he'll make it in time. Alternate, a little bit low. Ashe is very low right there. The Dragon does in fact go to Alternate. They're able to get it. Wow, that was very impressive.
That was a great smite steal, especially against Cyanide, who we know has been on point with his smite steals today, especially during the Dignitas game on those Barons.
So that's 2 Dragons in the favor of Alternate right now. That Dragon will be up about the 20 minute and 40 second mark, so give it 6 minutes and we'll see another one of those fantastic Dragon dances. But right now, Alternate up 2 Dragons. Looks like FNATIC could very well take this turret down here if they decide to. The Blood Boil is on Kog'Maw. He does have a great attack speed. Went the Wriggles Lantern to help him just get that much more CS on the Ashe. Right now he has 118 to Ashe's 101. Are they going to... No, they take it down. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were going to leave that turret or not.
I'm actually surprised that there's no Janna this game. I think it might be the first game this tournament without a Janna in it. And she wasn't banned.
Yeah, well,
so
we did see a Fiddlesticks early on.
That's true. But last game FNATIC tried this Nautilus Oriana. They got kited pretty hard by Ashe Janna. So we might be able to see them actually pull off the combo on this Ashe, as she only has a Taric to back her up on support.
You know, Oriana looks like, oh, just now dodging that arrow. She's got the 2 Doran's rings and the blasting wand. I'm not quite sure. Do you think, let's see what she has in gold. She has about 1,600 gold on her, so she could go back, get that needlessly large rod, or she could be going into a Rod of Ages build. I'm not quite sure. What do you think this Oriana will do with her money?
You know, if she does choose the needlessly large rod, that's going to provide her with a lot of burst. And I think her team needs that AP damage. They don't really have much other sources of AP damage, and that's going to force Alternative to pick up some form of MR if she starts to get out of hand. So I would really go for the needlessly large rod if I was xPeke.
And as soon as that, yep, there it is, it's picked up, and she's picked up the Elixir of Brilliance, ready to just kind of go all in on a team fight as soon as it happens. Maybe they're expecting the next team fight to lead to potentially a Baron if they do well enough in it. So she's going to pop that Elixir of Brilliance whenever she needs to. And she's going to be able to really do that magic damage that her team needs right now.
As far as Alternative, we see the only 2 kills
the
are
Death
on
Charge
Volibear.
and the Ultimate coming out onto the Brand. Will he go down to that Ignite? Yes, he does. But Nautilus will go down as well. xPeke not quite burning that Elixir of Brilliance. Didn't feel it was needed in that fight. Losing her friend Nautilus, but still they're going to be able to take down this turret in mid. It looks like Kog'Maw and Nunu are coming up to give her a little hand.
That was a key gank. To be able to pick up that middle turret, it's going to give Oriana a lot more freedom now, and you're going to see her roaming around a lot more and hopefully make some more plays. As we see now, Mellisan, Lamia, and xPeke all going top. I don't know what Wukong is going to be able to do to get out of this. There is a CV, so they did they did foresee the gank, and he is able to just walk right away.
But now they're just roaming to different lanes right now, trying to take turrets, it looks like.
Unfortunately, there's no creeps, and
there's the arrow.
xPeke takes an arrow. Is there any follow-up? Volibear flashes in on Oriana. She gets taken out immediately. Gangplank ult goes down. He gets ignited, though, and is taken out by Volibear as well. Wow, great job by the Ashe landing that arrow. Wukong picking up a kill, and Volibear as well takes his 3rd kill on Gangplank. So we see great engage and great damage output from Alternative. Good response to that kind of roam top and push, which I thought was going to be really deadly for Wukong, but there we go with a great CV from Tarek to be able to turn that around.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be able to quite follow up on that Ashe arrow. They looked a little too far away, but boy, did I underestimate the speed boost of Rolling Thunder and the range
45%,
yeah.
And Flash will get you to Oriana.
And Nimbus Strike as well was a pretty decent gap closer for that Wukong, allowing him to get up there and disrupt just so many people with his Cyclone. It was a very good follow-up on a great Ashe arrow. If it had landed on anyone but threading that needle and hitting Oriana, I don't think they would have quite followed up on it.
It's a good thing they took out that Oriana too, because I would have hated to see what would have happened if they got an Oriana ult off in the Gangplank ult with Nunu and Nautilus there to provide even more AoE.
Look at this back gank coming on Gangplank here. He has his remove Scurvy. He can get out of some CC. He hasn't blown it quite yet. Waiting on a Seer stun. There he goes. He does eat through it. The Pyroclasm coming out, but I don't think it's going to be able to do quite enough damage to take Shushei down. He is a tanky, tanky little fellow with that, just the makings of a Frozen Mallet, essentially, that Giant's Belt. And that Phage, that Oriana getting stunned before she could use her ult to break Brand's positioning. Here comes the team fight down here. Kog'Maw doing a lot of damage to that Ashe, not able to take her down. It looks like xPeke could go down here. A great shield to shield himself. Brand is going to be able to take down this Kog'Maw along with that Ashe. Wow, that was there was 2 fights going on. I couldn't keep up with really either of them. That kind of sucks, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange in the favor of Alternative right there. And it looks like the Dragon's going to be up in about 20 seconds, so hopefully they can move on to this. They're pinging it. They definitely know it's up, so this is where they're going to take this bot tower, transition onto Dragon. But you got to think, Nautilus was top that entire time, so that was essentially a 4v5 fight right there.
Right, and Wukong teleported in at a pretty good time, but Nunu cut him off from the main part of the fight with an ultimate. Unfortunately, Nunu didn't get anyone in his ultimate channel, but Wukong just straight dove for the Gangplank under the turret where he traded 1-for-1 in kills. And I think Alternative is going to be able to contest this Dragon for sure.
It should be. Their Brand's a little bit far away, but wow, Nautilus is going to be able to take a lot of damage. He blows his flash, but oh, he doesn't get thrown backwards because his anchor pull landed on that wall just in time. They're going to go onto this Volibear here. There's the ult from Oriana, able to burst through Volibear's passive. The anchor pull coming onto that Ashe, saying you ain't going nowhere. Now it looks like they're going to transition onto Baron. This would be, I think, the perfect fight for them right now if they wanted to 3v5 a Baron. Or 3v, yeah, in their advantage. No, they're going to do Dragon? Dragon instead?
Yeah, Dragon is the safer choice. FNATIC Cyanide is a bit low on health. Great pickoff potential from the Volibear Ashe combo, really. But the hook just kind of counteracted that and was able to save Cyanide. They do get their first Dragon of the game. And, you know, before coming into this game, I would have said FNATIC had the game for sure against Alternative, but they're really making a good showing. Giving FNATIC a run for their money.
Yeah, people are saying that the sound was a little bit robotic. Hopefully, it was fixed. I did unmute and mute the mute and unmute stuff. Hopefully, it's fixed. My stream does that sometimes. I apologize about that, but let me know if it is fixed, because I don't want it to sound crappy. It is fixed.
Right.
Thank you. Wonderful. So we are back to working order essentially. So let's take a look. The mids. Brand rocking a Death Cap, 2 Doran's Ring, and Sork Boots. Oriana's got a little bit of a leg up on him. She's got the Death Cap, another Blasting Wand, and 2 Doran's Rings. Decided to go for those Boots of Lucidity rather than that Spell Pin. She just wants to throw out as many command attacks and dissonances as possible, all while shielding her teammates. Oriana, just one of those AP mids that has great utility for her team, as well as just unstoppable burst damage. So I think she's going to build that blasting wand probably into a void staff, so she can penetrate some of the magic resist of the Merc Treads and whatnot on the team of Alternative. But we'll see how that goes.
Looks like they are going to pressure this top turret, though, and it is quite low, so they'll be able to get it down. It's funny to see that Wukong and Gangplank going for the same exact build. I'm expecting an Atma's Impaler after their Frozen Mallets there. So they're going the tanky Bruiser standard build. And here we go, FNATIC posturing for a top push. Should be able to get this turret. Alternative not really in position to defend it right now.
They're definitely going to be able to take that down as long as they focus their damage just a little bit, kind of delay that team fight. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and the Ash Arrow landed perfectly on Orianna. The knockouts from Wukong, so much AoE damage. Orianna getting down before she even has the chance to use an ability. Now they're going to follow up onto this fight. Looks like they're actually not going to pursue. Yes, they are going to pursue. Gangplank right on the other side of that wall, but they are none the wiser. They've got no idea. It looks like Shushei is going to be able to just kind of scurry away. And now, is Alternative going to look for a Baron here? This is where they would definitely do it.
This is a great opportunity for one. With the jungler on the enemy team dead, there is no smite to counteract this.
They're all very low, and that Gangplank ulting doing great damage. Wow. What if Baron were to pick up like a triple kill right here? I think that would be incredible.
Oh, this has become very risky now. After that Gangplank ult, Shushei does successfully get them off of it, but now he's running for his life. Are they able to pick him up with a flash from Tarek? There's the stun, but he does eat some oranges. Wukong dashing in, but flashes away. And Kog'Maw now going onto Ashe, kind of floundering with his flash. And we are live again.
Oh man,
Hopefully
so sorry about that.
My stream doesn't crash. It's okay, that's what I'm here for. I'm your backup, picking up the stream where we left off. Here we see really the only disparity, 1k gold. A lot of great pickoffs by Alternative, making good use of their CC, the arrows, and the brand skill shots. Have really done a lot for them in terms of picking off key targets like Orianna, Kog'Maw, and just getting them a lot of objectives, like that blue buff, for example, on FNATIC's side. Not able to go to Orianna. Ashe stun and Brand stun into Volibear, Rolling Thunder as well. A very reliable pickoff comp, and it's pretty interesting to see from them. I like to see these new champions being picked up in tournament play, and it's really exciting so far. 14 kills. 210 in favor of Alternative.
Yeah, but this is another one of those prime examples of FNATIC is down 4 kills, but they have more gold. You know, and they're even down 1 dragon. You know, it's pretty crazy how that disparity even happens.
Oh, there's the arrow on Cyanide. Gangplank ult goes out. Orianna ulting only Volibear. Volibear goes in. Rolling Thunder. Orianna, she gets picked off instantly. Oh my gosh. Nunu ulting. Shushei now in trouble. Lamia has to run away, dodging the brand spells. Mellisan now stunned under the turret, and they are going to be able to pick off that kill.
And here's the Baron.
Nautilus only at 2 bars of health. Oh my gosh, that's a Baron for Alternative. There's nothing really they can do about that, except for maybe a Nautilus flash smite skill, I would say.
I don't know.
Really low. Lamia's trying to go out some pokes. Cyanide goes for the flash steal, but it's a bit too late. They are able to take the Baron. We could see a loss for FNATIC here, and I don't know how that's going to affect them in the group stage. Definitely negatively, but it depends really on how Dignitas is doing right now. Do we have any update on that?
I don't know. Does anyone know what happened with that game? That would be good to know. Dignitas? Who was it? It was Dignitas versus Millennium, right?
Dignitas Millennium. Same sort of thing where Alternative and Millennium are 0-3.
Dig 1, Dignitas 1.
Dignitas won already.
So FNATIC loses this, FNATIC drops to 2-2, while Dignitas is 3-1.
So this game is going the opposite of how that game went. FNATIC really has to pull through here, and although they did get the win against Dignitas, so I don't think if they draw that it'll come down to the who won the game faster rule, because FNATIC did beat Dignitas. I'm not sure on that.
We clearly need to know more about the IEM ESL rules. Clearly. And it looks like right now, Alternative is just going to pressure this turret. They've got good poke and wave clear with Brand and Ash, of course. Let's see what happens here. They're not quite able, but at the same time, Orianna has fantastic wave clear herself, but she's getting dangerously low from those Pillar of Flame pokes, so she's going to have to go back soon. Yes, she's going back right now, and Alternative is going to use that to their advantage and go ahead and just charge down this tower.
I would say that Brand and Ash are out poking Kog'Maw Orianna so far, doing a great job of it, and landing their CCs is really the key point here. Just Ash arrows making these fights happen for them. There's a W on Lamia. Gangplank ult goes out. Nautilus depth charge on Brand, has to flash away. There's the arrow on Nunu though. Orianna ulting 3 of them. Nunu trying to charge his ult but doesn't go off. Orianna backing away. Gangplank goes in. Now Nautilus gets Rolling Thundered into the other team. Orianna dropping to 1 bar. Lamia in trouble. Uses heal to survive, but no, he gets picked off by the Taric and Brand. Cyanide now goes down. There's the Acathian surprise, able to take out 2 people, Brand and Wukong on Alternative. And Shushei and xPeke, the only ones remaining on FNATIC. Meanwhile, Fisch and Unso survive the fight for Alternative. So 3 for 3 exchange under the turret from Alternative's Baron push.
And I mean, the key thing there was that if that fight had been anywhere but underneath FNATIC's turret, I'm pretty sure Alternative would have just really murdered FNATIC there. But FNATIC doing great, just kind of biding their time, waiting under their turret, waiting for them to get just a little bit impatient. And that Ash arrow hitting Nunu was not what Alternative wanted at all. That's like the last target you want to hit, because Nunu really just doesn't care, I think is the key thing there.
He's not that big. Like, once he gets the blood boil on his carry, that's all he really needs. I mean, he throws out some snowballs, but the main target is Orianna, and she was able to survive the entire fight on just a sliver of health.
Yeah. Every other team fight that Alternative has won handily has been because the Ash arrow has hit Orianna like dead on. And she's been dead before she could even do anything, you know? If you leave that Orianna on the outskirts of the fight, she's just going to be attacking, disonancing, and shielding her allies the entire fight. And with when she has 391 AP, that's not quite what you want to happen. You have to land that Ash arrow on Orianna.
To start that fight as well, it was a Gangplank ult from Shushei into a depth charge from Cyanide onto that Brand, forcing him kind of out of the fight. And he didn't really come back in until halfway through it to be able to kill Lamia. So that allowed Lamia to survive as well, even though Brand kind of flashed away and didn't really die until he got back in. So good play by Nautilus and good counterplay by Brand.
Yeah, and the Baron has now timed out from alternate, so this is where FNATIC would like to maybe do a counter push or get a nice team fight in. Alternate going, picking up a dragon at around this now, 3450 it looks like it was, so that'll be up around the 40-minute mark as well.
They've been doing a good job picking up those dragons, and they actually are leading in global objectives. They've got the Baron, they've got more dragons, and I think they're even on turrets, 4-4.
Yeah. Alternate has been able to secure 3 out of 4 dragons at this point, with you know, FNATIC of course taking that last one.
The key here really is if xPeke stays alive like he did in that last fight, things are going to go a lot better for FNATIC.
Right now, Alternate pinging that Baron. It should be up within the minute, I believe. Should be up around 36:20, I believe it was. So they know the timer. FNATIC also is going to know that timer because they had Nautilus try to steal it, but to no avail. So they're going to move up there, try to clear some waves in mid, get that push on, and then go over here, secure top lane, and then go and secure Baron right after that. The ward coverage, however, right now is in FNATIC's favor. It would appear. They've got the 2 wards at the red buff and through that little choke point by the Wraiths, while Alternate does have the better ward on Baron, I'd say really the only ward on Baron, so that's going to be a little bit crucial if FNATIC decided to maybe try and go for a Baron, but I don't think they are at this point. Right now, they're kind of on the defensive, I'd say.
And you have to wonder what FNATIC's team morale is right now, because just like in the Dignitas game, they're down on kills, but they're pretty even on gold with the other team, even though they've been getting more objectives. So, curious to know how confident they are in themselves in these team fights and how that's going to affect their performance.
Yeah, this is where the Baron dance is going to happen. Wukong is pretty far away at this point, but I don't think anything's quite going to happen until he gets there. So this is the Baron dance that really, really could decide the game, if you ask me. FNATIC is down to their last turret right there, down mid before that inhibitor, while Alternate has the down to their last turret before the inhibitor at top. So whoever wins this fight and secures Baron is going to definitely get an inhibitor out of it.
We see xPeke has picked up a Banshee's Veil, and that's going to be able to block a lot of their initiation power onto Orianna, which is exactly what they needed. Poking back and forth here around the Baron, which is both teams are kind of hesitant to go and try to force that fight. So being very careful right now.
Interesting to see that Kog'Maw has decided to go for the Blood Razor build rather than the Infinity Edge. Usually nowadays you see them rushing that Infinity Edge and just putting out a whole lot of damage and relying on their Bioarcane Barrage to do the percentage-based damage. But sometimes you see those Kog'Maws get Blood Razor and just make their Bioarcane Barrage their main 100% source of damage and have it all just about be percentage-based.
It synergizes really well with Nunu's Blood Boil too. Just the extra attack speed is going to be a lot more procs of that Madrid's Blood Razor.
Right now, Alternate just clearing some wards here. Looks like this is where they want to happen. They want the fight to be on their terms. They want the vision, and they want to take that away as much as possible from FNATIC. Just a little dance going on here again. Looks like they need Taric in there to spot that one ward in the Baron pit. Looks like they did, and there you go. So now Alternate has the entire vision of Baron right here. Nautilus going to come over here. Doesn't have a ward to drop there. There's the Hawkshot coming out. So Alternate knows exactly where FNATIC is at this point. And looks like they're going to pull their damage on Baron and maybe try to go for a fight now.
They did back off because of that CV, so great CV from Nunu being able to stop that Baron attempt. Oh, but they did get rid of Orianna's Banshee.
Is there going to be a clutch Ash Arrow again?
There could be a fight for blue.
There's the Ash Arrow right onto Orianna like they wanted. There's their toss. And she's going to go down before she can do anything. That's exactly what Alternate wanted right there. Now Nautilus is going to go down as well very, very quickly. Ash doing so much damage, kiting this Nunu and critting his face off. Essentially, Shushei is going to go down here as well, not without taking Brand down. Yes, he is able to get Brand down. Ash flashes over the wall, able to pick up Kog'Maw as well. Wow, that was incredible. That was exactly what Alternate wanted. That was their team.
Where has this team been all tournament? That was perfect execution to be able to get rid of the Banshee's Veil in that 45-second window to land an Ash Arrow on Orianna, and I don't think they even had vision of her. Maybe they CV'd, and that could possibly be what gave them vision. But here they are, gonna take this Baron uncontested, and that's gonna be a big hit to FNATIC. They might see a lost inhibitor due to this.
Wow, that was I mean, it's exactly like you said. Where has this been?
Yeah, this
like where has this team fight been?
This
like
is a
the
different
entire
team completely.
For those of you that may be just tuning in, this is FNATIC versus Alternate. Alternate right now is 0-3 in these group stages. But right now they're kind of handing it to FNATIC.
They're performing extremely well.
I don't want to say it's like it hasn't been completely one-sided the entire time, but whenever that Ash Arrow lands on Orianna, it's incredible. It's like a sight to see. I can't believe he's had such good arrows, except for that one arrow against Nunu underneath the tower. But right now, Alternate's doing very, very well for themselves. And maybe it's not so much like we're praising alternate and we're saying those arrows are so good and stuff like that, but I mean maybe xPeke it's just not doing so well. Maybe he doesn't have the right position. He needs to stay behind his meat shields. He needs to stay behind Nunu, stay behind Gangplank. But right now, every time he pokes his head out, just for a fraction of a second, he's met with an enchanted crystal arrow, and it is just signs his death warrant.
And you know, it might be that alternate has kind of gotten rid of the nervousness from having to perform, so they're really just kind of laid back, relaxed, got nothing to lose, just playing for fun, for pride, and you know, they're showing a lot of poise, and I'm really impressed right now with how they've turned around from the first 3 games to this kind of performance against the Season 1 champions, FNATIC, and might be able to take this game against them.
Yeah, but like right now, alternate has Baron, but they're just, and this is the second time they've had Baron, but they're just not. They need to do something. They need to just charge in there, you know, with that arrow. They haven't gotten able to. They haven't had a chance to get an inhibitor out of their Baron yet. Ashe now has that Guardian Angel. I don't think she has died that much. She is 9-2 and 13 right now, and that's going to protect that record just that much more. But FNATIC right now just bullying right down the mid path. There's the arrow, not landing onto the Orianna. It gets removed, Scurvy. That's not the fight that they quite want to see, but they're still able to burst down Orianna exceptionally well with that Pyroclasm, dealing so much damage to the entire team. All the while, Ashe is just raining down hell. They're going to chase down this Kog'Maw. Hopefully that Thundering Roar will be able to get him. No, not quite, but that is a 2-for-0 exchange right now. Make that a 3-for-0 exchange. They're going to push down mid, definitely take an inhibitor, maybe even base at this point. They're going to have 35 seconds unabated in a 2v5 situation. Do you think they can end this right here?
I don't think they'll end it, but they will definitely... Oh, there's the stun onto Lamia, and if they get the pick off here, oh, not quite. They are for sure going to take this inhib, and I don't know if they're going to choose to pressure the next turrets. No, they're kind of low, so it's wise not to overstay and let them respawn, and kind of regroup, heal, clear the jungles, and prepare for the next 5v5 engagement.
Yeah, and I mean, even though that Ashe arrow did hit that Gangplank and get immediately scurvied, at this point they've won so many clutch team fights with great arrows that they're so fed that it really doesn't matter at this point who the arrow hits, as long as it gets just a little bit of CC off. It got removed scurvied immediately, so it didn't get a lot of CC, but there's something about, I've always said this before, that there's something about an enchanted crystal arrow that people just want to follow, and they want to just get in there as soon as they see it. It's like follow that arrow into battle, and they just did that. They took that to heart, and they were still able to clean up so handily with that Pyroclasm. Oh, it did so much damage, it's insane.
Volibear as well has been doing a great job with Rolling Thunder. We saw in that kind of mashup of ultimates and other spells that he was able to get the Rolling Thunder off on Orianna and throw her back into his team. And really those have been key. We see his score right now, 10, 3, and 12. So a huge part of the kills have been because of Volibear.
Yeah, 100%. He's doing a great job of breaking the enemy's position. As soon as that arrow goes out, all of a sudden you have a 45% increased move speed. Shirelli is Volibear charging right at one of your teammates to throw them out of position. And that's just about the scariest thing you can have.
I hope not.
I think your internet just hiccuped.
It's fine. Yeah, my stream's still working.
You sure?
Yeah, xSplit says it's still working, so here we go. At the turret, we've kind of got some poking back and forth with Living Artillery. There's a stun onto Gangplank. Doesn't have to use his Scurvy to break it, though. There's the depth charge on Ashe. Volibear Rolling Thunder on Nautilus. Gangplank ult going down. Arrow on Nunu, though. Orianna still really hasn't gotten in there too much. Shushei taking a ton of damage. There's the ult on Wukong and Volibear from Orianna. And more pokes go out, but really no one suffering casualties there on either team.
No. Shushei got dangerous. And Shushei and Brand were like 1v1ing each other, and Brand was pretty much winning that fight by chunking Shushei down. So it's not looking amazing for FNATIC right now. Overall, I'm pretty sure I would say that Alternate won that team fight just because they came off with higher health totals overall.
If you ask me right now, it looks like Alternate is posturing for a Baron. They probably know its respawn timer, and they will be in perfect position to take that mid inhibitor down for FNATIC, and both lanes have been pushed. There is the red buff, but I don't think Ashe is adventurous enough to take that. Baron has spawned, and FNATIC is not in position to do anything about it.
No. I mean, they've got an inhibitor down. They have to defend at this point. So Alternate taking, what is that, their third Baron now? Fourth Baron? Third, I believe?
I believe it's the third, you're right.
So right now they're going back to buy. They're definitely going to be, you know, just elixiring up, ready to push. They know they've got FNATIC's mid inhibitor down, and that bottom turret hasn't actually been touched. Top turret hasn't been touched either. So now it's kind of at this point they're just going to pick a lane, go to it, push it in, and hopefully get the team fight on their terms that they really want right now.
But
they're going to take their own buffs, probably go and steal the enemy buffs.
You can never count out FNATIC. As we saw in the other game, they were losing by like a 20k gold margin, and they were able to bring it back. So don't count them out quite just yet. Here comes Alternate picking up a dragon, moving into mid again. I'm curious as to why they would want to push mid. Maybe they're just trying to engage in team fight outside of a turret. But since the mid inhibitor is down, I'd guess that they want to push top or bot, and there are pings going out there. Could the middle inhibitor be respawning soon? Yeah, actually, they're exactly right. Perfectly timed that mid inhibitor respawn. Take it out immediately, and here they go, gonna move over to bot, start the poke wars under the turret. FNATIC now, will they get in? Oh my gosh, the Banshee's Veil goes down already. ForellenLord doing a great job on Brand so far, just landing so many clutch stuns and breaking Banshee Veils.
He's still got the Banshees of his own, but now that xPeke is unguarded for the next 45 seconds, maybe we'll see that great Ashe arrow again. I just wanted to hit xPeke straight in the face.
That is what I'm watching for, and also the Rolling Thunder follow-up. Ashe and Volibear, the two champions you want to keep your eye on.
Yeah, and they're going to engage underneath this turret. Cyanide going down so quickly before that Orianna ult even hits. There's the Ashe arrow on the gangplank. It does get removed, but wow, that I've never seen a Nautilus go down that quickly. That was incredible, actually. Now they're going to definitely take this turret. Pressure on this inhibitor. Let's see what they can do. The Banshee's Veil is back up. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is on cooldown, so that's not really that big of a deal. Let's see if Brand can do his fantastic positioning of Pillar of Flame and take down that Veil once again. No, it looks like they're just going to transition to mid, put some pressure on those double Nexus turrets, and then go ahead and take top as well.
And that was a Nautilus with Thornmail and Frozen Heart instantly bursted down. Just immediately, and you've got to wonder if most of the damage was from Brand.
Because I mean, it had to be at that point. He can't be killed by Ashe with a Thornmail and a Frozen Heart. Brand does have 547 AP right now and a Deathfire Grasp that is just coming off cooldown, so I'm assuming he used it on that very high HP.
xPeke's Banshee's Veil did go down and was stunned by Tech. However, Volibear overextended for that Rolling Thunder. They do pick up the third inhibitor. Wukong ulting onto Lamia, Mellisan, and Shushei. Mellisan finally goes down to Ashe, and now they retreat under double Nexus turrets. Lamia going back out onto Brand, though Flash dodges the arrow, lands on xPeke at the fountain. There's the depth charge on Ashe's Guardian Angel, though, and they're down to just their two Nexus turrets. No inhibitors now. And
I swear to God, that arrow has like a homing device on
Orianna.
Like 100%. It just field goaled two players and hit her in the fountain, just because. Just because she was standing there.
She doesn't want to recall there. Oh no, if they find her, could they find her? xPeke decides not to go for it.
Those Ori arrows, so good. Just not taking down that golem. There we go. So wow, all 3 inhibitors down from FNATIC right now. You know, we saw before they were down 14 kills and came back to win against Dignitas, but down 13 kills right now, down almost 10k gold,
It's
down 5 towers,
almost
down 3
identical
inhibitors.
to the score that they had against Dignitas, but now they're down 3 inhibs.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. Inhibitors
Harder to come back
are
from.
fairly important, I would say. Fairly important.
You really got to hand it to Ash and Brand landing their skill shots.
Yeah,
It's been just
100%.
on point all game.
They're going to go ahead and take over FNATIC's blue right now. Ash just, ever since she got that Guardian Angel, she hasn't even really had to pop it yet.
Nope.
She's just been so good at positioning, so good at kiting that, and her Volibear should be commended 100% of, and Wukong as well, of being the meat shields, being those tanks that she needs. You know, they've been up there disrupting the enemy team so much they haven't even had a chance to really touch her this entire game.
Yeah, and I mentioned not having Janna for kiting, but really it goes to show the best defense is a great offense. And there's the depth charge on Ash, Gangplank ult, following Volibear flinging the Nautilus, and Nautilus going straight for Ash. However, Shushei getting dangerously low, gets taken out by Brand. Mellisan now as well, drops to Wukong ult, arrow barely missing xPeke. Once again though, Lamia backing up to the fountain, both turrets go down, and this game goes to alternate. Great
I wanted
play.
that arrow to hit xPeke at the very end, just for fun.
Just for
fun.
consistency, you know?
Yeah. He had like at least, I would say, like an 80% hit rate on Oriana's face. I think it's how it is. Wow, that was a game. So alternate, able to take that match right out of FNATIC's hands. Just such a great performance by them, you know? If you tuned in just now and you watched that game right there, would you be surprised if I told you that before this they were 0-3? Because I think you would be. It's pretty insane. Man, so alternate able to take really, and that it's such a big hit right now to FNATIC, because as we mentioned before, Dignitas was the other team that was 2-1, and now Dignitas, as we were reported, Dignitas won their match, so now Dignitas is 3-1, while FNATIC falls to 2-2 in these group stages here. So you've got, I believe, 3-0 AAA, who are about to play for their 4th match or 5th match. AAA is 3-0, 4-0 right now.
Let me check the schedule. AAA played FNATIC, beat FNATIC. I think they go on to play CLG next if they're not doing that right now. Do you know if on the main stage they're playing CLG?
Let's see. So the next match we're doing, though, is
AAA Dignitas.
AAA Dignitas, okay.
Which is going to be a very important game. If Dignitas manages to win that game, FNATIC has no way to come back and catch up to them in their score. FNATIC has no way to come back and catch up to them in their score. FNATIC has no way to come back. Now it's repeating. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Is it weird that I can't even find like our own brackets? Like I would love to find that somewhere.
Did CLG beat AAA? Oh, I'm hearing from chat that CLG did just beat AAA.
Let's see.
So AAA now 3-1. Could see 3-1 versus 3-1.
CLG just beat AAA, is it? Unless we're just being like mega trolled, which could very well be the case.
How's your stream going? Is your XSplit back up to date, or should I?
I don't know. I guess you should keep streaming.
And if my stream fails, you've always got Faro. Faro's here. Take over just in case. But I think we've got it covered so far.
Yeah, and sorry to the viewers, by the way, about my stream crashing there. It was just so unfortunate. There's nothing I can really do about that, though. So, but you have my apologies. Let's see. FNATIC is going to go to 2-2. Against All Authority is 3-0 right now, but I don't know if they played their 4th match. Team Dignitas is now going to be 3-1. Millennium 0-3. Team Alternate 1-3 now. What up? It's insane. Very surprised by that.
So, CLG Chauster has only played 3 games. That Leona victory against the ADR. So I don't think they have played AAA yet, and I think it's either happening right now and with O. Faro, Pluto, Rambo.
You need to capitalize your R, Rambo.
Oh, hell no.
Then we'd be perfect.
I would never.
Never compromise your tag like that?
I've always been lowercase r.
Man, so this is actually really weird. It's not...
Are you live yet?
I think I'm live. Like, it says I'm live on the client, but I'm, like, looking at the webpage, and it's not showing anything. It says offline still. So...
Oh, it says live to me. I just refreshed it.
Yeah, it says
Yeah,
live.
it says live. You're good. You're good. Keep
Okay,
it like
we're
that.
good. We're gonna...
Whoa, we're live.
I'm not gonna touch anything at all. And I'm gonna go ahead and mute this so you guys can do what you're doing. Just let me know when you want instant replay.
Alright, thanks.
Yeah.
This game is gonna be awesome.
I hope so. I really hope it is. If it's not, I'll cry. If it is, if it is, I'll cry.
Loses, I'll cry. Oh.
That's because those are your boys. That's your team.
They are my homeboys, in fact. Pigleet modding the chat for us. Thank you, Pigleet.
What a boss. I like that guy.
He's always there to support us, ESL and NESL during the Go for LOL streams on Sundays. So, gotta give him a hand. Hats off to that guy.
He's just always there. Just always there.
Never fails. Never fails. Before we even start stream, he's there waiting.
Yeah. He's like the most dedicated stream watcher I think I've ever seen. Thank you, Piglet. Thank you for all your hard work watching this stream. I'm sure sometimes you hate it, but sometimes you love it. Just sometimes. See, I think what may have happened is he was probably like watching it that whole time and coming every Sunday to watch Go for Laws and stuff like that, just so we would give him that admin, and now he's about to just screw it all up. He's just about to destroy everything.
No, we can rely on him. He's a good guy, and he's been doing a great job modding. Looks like we're waiting on 3 more players. Waiting on Dominate.
Waiting on all of Dignitas, essentially, except for Scar and Cutie.
Well, Locust is there, too.
Dominate, yes.
That's all we need.
3-1, correct. Is that a mistake on my part, or are they both 3-1?
They are both 3-1.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna put that in a little score thing that we usually keep for sets. And that seems like a good use of it. Now I'm gonna
That's
go
a
back.
good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to being muted so you guys can do your thing.
Thank you. Thank
so
you
much.
Farrell.
Yeah, get out of here. Just kidding. I love you. CLG versus Dig happened. Unless you're
So what have we seen from these teams today? Dignitas, strong win against CLG. First game of the day, right out of the gate.
Yeah.
And then heart-crushing just defeat to FNATIC. What an epic game. Just amazing comeback from FNATIC. Pulled through finally. And then just now Dignitas, I think, beat Millennium, or was it alternate?
Dignitas beat.
Both of those teams.
Yeah.
So they beat CLG, Millennium, alternate, lost to FNATIC.
Yeah. So they're 3-1 right now. God, that FNATIC versus if people haven't watched the Dignitas versus FNATIC game, just, like, go watch it, because it's a nail biter, and it was such a turnaround and so close, and man, it was a great game. I very much enjoyed it. I don't think there's really been any game that we've watched or cast or anything this entire day that I've been like, oh man, this is so boring and stupid. Does that make sense? Like every game has been exciting.
Every game
in
has
some
been
sense,
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and at the beginning, like when I saw Dignitas pretty much roll CLG right out of the gate, I was like, oh man, maybe Dignitas will roll the tournament, blah, blah, blah. But so far, nothing's really set in stone, especially at this point. All the teams are all like 3-1. Everyone has lost to someone else, essentially. Some people have had a few more losses, like FNATIC's now 2-2. But there's no XO team yet, or not yet, but there is no XO team right now.
Right.
Every team has a loss to someone else, at least one. So I'm wondering, the top 3 teams make it out of this bracket alive, and I'm thinking it's gonna be Dignitas, CLG, and AAA.
That's what it looks like right now, because FNATIC's really fighting an uphill battle here. If they win, they get the 3-2 record like everyone else, and then they also have to win fast enough that they don't get taken out because their wins were slower. Because that's the rule. When you have ties, the winner of the tie goes through who won their game faster.
Mm-hmm.
And really, FNATIC took a while, since they had to come back really hard against Dignitas. It took a while for them to really pull the win off in that game.
Yeah, that's going to be if it goes down to that, tiebreaker, qualifier.
Exactly.
And it very well may. We're going to have to see how this game pans out. Both of these teams are now 3-1, right?
Right.
Both these teams are 3-1.
And if CLG wins the FNATIC game, then it will be CLG, AAA, Dignitas that goes no matter what through the group stage.
Yeah. So it's going to be, this is definitely a game. Well, that's a fact. This is definitely a game. But it's definitely an interesting game to watch with a pretty decisive outcome, depending on who wins. It could shake things up. So I'm definitely excited about this. We're straight into the picks and bans. I like these LAN events that we get to cast because they go pretty quickly. It's very different from the Go for Lols where they take.
And right from the start, they banned Rise against Dignitas, a very strong common ban. Very strong mid champion. I know Scar likes to play Rise, and there's really not much you can do to counter him except for pick Cassiopeia. And Dignitas we see banning Shen.
Yeah, Shen is that. Shen. This is the patch that Nautilus was released, but not only is it the patch that Nautilus was released, this is also the hot fix right after Nautilus was released. So a lot of people may remember that Shen was super strong during the Nautilus patch. They buffed a lot of his stuff, but then they hotfix a lot of his stuff right after that. So he's not mega strong as he was during the initial Nautilus patch, but he's still definitely a force to be reckoned with, that you don't want that global ultimate on the map anywhere, essentially. You see the bans coming out from AAA, also Mordekaiser and Rammus from Dignitas.
Another ban targeted towards Skara. He's been playing Mordekaiser a ton in North American solo queue. So,
Skara, don't get me wrong, he's and there's Cassiopeia as well. So Skara basically they don't want him to play any AP carries this game because he's such a good player.
Well, he's really versatile. He's still got a few up his sleeve. He's got Karthus, he's got Veigar, which his Veigar is very impressive, by the way. And other than that, there's the few really iffy ones he picked before in New York IEM was Katarina, and that was
didn't he level up playing Katarina? Like Katarina was his baby.
That was his main. And here they go, first picking Karthus again. I'm assuming to counter Skara, and I'm curious to see what he would get to counter that.
Wow.
First picks from Dignitas being Janna Corky, Locust playing an excellent Janna and Cutie,
But
favoring Corky as his AD.
so effectively, I feel like AAA has just used 3 bans in 1 pick
Against
to keep stuff away from
Skara completely. He is the #1 rated solo queue in North America.
Is he
So,
right now? Okay. I know that
I'm-
changes just about from week to week, but
Yeah,
currently he is.
last time I
#1.
checked, he was like 25-15 elo, and I'm pretty sure that gets you #1.
And he's not up there for no reason. He's definitely up there because he is a fantastic AP mid player. But I mean, I don't know, using 3 picks in 1 ban to try to get him out of there, it's pretty rough. It looks like AAA is going to run a double AP comp. However, they're going to have Karthus mid and Kennen up top, unless we see that used to be fairly unorthodox AD Kennen. We could potentially see that, but as it stands, I would probably assume Kennen would be going top lane.
So far, a lot more CC on AAA's team than Dignitas, but I assume we're going to be seeing, if we do see that Veigar pick, then that'll be plenty of CC.
Oh,
for
Veigar
Dignitas.
would absolutely blow up Karthus. Morgana.
Oh, and he's actually going Morgana, another very CC-heavy champion, and that's exactly what they're lacking right now. If they do lock in that Shyvana, which is a very strong jungler. We saw Dominate jungle him earlier today. And as for AAA, that Karthus, it's just going to be a farm lane in mid. But where we want to see the differentiation between the mid picks is Morgana has the better mid game and team fight control, whereas Karthus, just the later the game goes, the more it's going to go into his advantage.
Yeah.
So it'll be curious to see how that plays out.
AAA picking up potentially a jungle Trundle here and Ashe again. We've seen Ashe absolutely carry games and absolutely dominate. So we'll see. Yes, she is locked in, so she is going to be the AP carry of choice for Against All Authority here. And Trundle potentially locked in. I enjoy Trundle's jungle. Trundle's jungle.
Tongue twister there.
Yeah, it is kind of Trundle's jungle. I enjoy watching him jungle. He's a very, very strong one, and he actually would be a perfect pick against Shyvana, seeing how his ultimate actually shreds percentage base of armor and magic resist. He will turn a very, very naturally tanky Shyvana into a very, very less naturally tanky Shyvana by stealing that all for himself.
I'm curious as to what Voy will pick top lane, because so far AAA has so much CC and pick-off potential on their team. They've got the Ashe Arrow, they've got Kennen and Karthus Wall, Kennen ult,
I'd say
Alistar
maybe
stun.
Aurelia? Maybe?
Could be Aurelia. She is resistant to CC with her passive.
Yeah.
She's got a stun of her own if she is lower health.
Yeah,
And,
she
wow,
definitely
good call.
Aurelia,
Good
perfect.
call, yeah.
I would definitely like to see Aurelia, because it just, her Ionian fervor makes her super, super slippery. Every champion that's around her in this, especially when she's going up against a Kennen, Karthus, and Alistar, and a Trundle, her passive is going to be up at that 3 stacks pretty much all the time. So she's going to have super reduced CC on her, and she's going to be able to blade surge straight to that Ashe if she starts getting out of hand, and really lock her down with her Equilibrium Strike and her true damage, allowing the rest of her team to either Valkyrie in, Dark Binding in, just do things to really lock down that Ashe. Because as we've seen before in that last game of FNATIC versus Alternate, Ashe can be just a shining star.
Right.
And we'll see what happens with this. But these are going to be the final teams for AAA versus Dignitas. AAA is going to be rocking Alistar, Karthus, Ashe, Trundle, and Kennen, while Dignitas is going to be taking care with Corky, Morgana, Janna, Shyvana, and Aurelia. So we'll be getting into this game. This is the last game we'll be casting from the group stage of your first day of IEM Hanover. And both teams right now 3-1. This is definitely a crucial game to win. Whoever wins this game will pretty much be guaranteed to go past the group stage, correct?
Yep, 100%. If they win this game, they go past the group stage.
If you lose this game, you fall to 3-2, and you have a chance of being left behind, because there's definitely going to be a tiebreaker situation with whomever is 3-2, essentially.
So what I'm going to be looking for this game is where the black shields and arrows are going to land, because that's really what I think is going to break down the team fights is if Ashe lands a great arrow, or if Morgana manages to get a clutch black shield, that determines who's going to win.
Let's see what happens here. This is exciting. I'm very happy about this matchup. These are two fantastic teams. AAA started off the day going 3-0, I believe. Dignitas starting off the day very strong against CLG, but then falling to the mighty FNATIC in a very, very amazing comeback on FNATIC's part. So now let's see how they've been able to recoup their losses, and see if they can bring the fight straight to the door of AAA here. Ping's already going off. It looks like both teams pinging AAA's red buff here, so there may be some invasions here. We're going to have to see.
And for today at least, it seems like Dignitas has been getting back to their roots that kind of brought them their rise to fame. And they've been playing very aggressive early. As you saw with the FNATIC game, how they just got off to a great start. And CLG as well, they just took control of the game. Mm-hmm. And it looks like they're going to want to try and invade here, or at least prevent one. I think AAA does have the better level 1 team because of Alistair. So there's really not much invading you can do against them. And Cutie, being very brave here, doesn't even have a cleanse, by the way. He's bringing Ignite, so he's packing the heat. And he's just going to go Phosphorus Bomb the enemy team there, and Locust able to place a great ward, able to keep track of their Trundle where he's going to be in the jungle, and kind of make sure he doesn't come out for any surprise ganks.
Yeah, I think that was just kind of something, Dignitas just kind of toying with the enemy team right there. They knew it was basically a 4v5 situation. Their Aurelia was up top, and that was just something I don't think they wanted to hard engage on. If it came down to it, maybe they would have fought, but right there they were just trying to get a little bit of a ward placement there. You see the ward coming down from Locust, as you said, by their race. They're going to spot Trundle doing these races starting there. Maybe going to go straight to red after this, potentially maybe look for an early gank down bottom. But AAA does have their Tribe Rush warded down here. But it doesn't matter because Shyvana is going to start up at her red. So both junglers starting at their own reds. Going to probably look for early ganks on both lanes. We'll have to see what happens there.
Well, because of that early ward from Locust, they're going to completely see that Trundle did start red. And actually he's falling quite low on mana doing this red. So
yeah, the red actually released.
Yeah, I saw that it reset.
Very disappointing for that. So Shyvana's just a little bit ahead of him right now. She's already cleared her race red, now working on her wolves. Trundle forced to go to his wolves right now because his bottom lane did take his own golems. So a little bit longer of a path, I suppose, for him.
As you see, bottom Locust already using another ward in that brush, leaving no opportunities really for that Alistair to go aggressive, so he won't be able to just zone them from it and get the pulverize in on the Corki, because Cutie with no cleanse this game is very risky because of all the CC. So he's looking to be aggressive pretty early on.
Yeah, I mean, especially going against an Ashe, that's a very, very ballsy move. You know, I can understand it if you're going against maybe like a Misfortune or another AD carry that doesn't have as much CC as Ashe does, but going against Ashe with no cleanse, you must know what you're doing.
Boy getting ganked, but is able to dash right to Trundle. Linak circled around him, and he goes in for the dash and the Equilibrium strike and escapes safely without having to burn flash. So good job, boy.
Yellowstar down here doing a fantastic job of just kind of poking this Corki ever so slightly. He knows that Janna is one of those supports without sustain. She can get a good time shield off. Middle, actually, Morgana missing her Dark Binding and forced to burn her flash. Looks like a creep tanked that Dark Binding for Trundle, so he was able to get out of there. Kinnan maybe going down, though. There's a nice Ignite going on, but that health bot is going to keep him alive up there. So two ganks coming on at the same time, one in mid, one at top, but both unsuccessful.
Right, Kennen and Morgana both having to burn flash, and that's just a good job from both junglers. So the problem with burning flash early in lane is you're going to have to play a lot more passively against your solo opponent. And here comes Trundle again, we see going to pressure on Morgana, but she's going to play it safe and just back out.
Yeah, and Shyvana being a little aggressive here, clearing a few of those wolves from Trundle's jungle, going to leave him with just one tiny blue wolf. So he's going to go over there and find that in just a bit and be a sad, sad little troll. In the mid, it looks like Karthus doing a fantastic job of farming. He's got 26 CS to Morgana's 28, both on a great path of CS there. Corki down bot is going to have 24 to Ash's 26. So Ash, a tiny little bit of an upper hand, but she's gotten a lot more pokes off, I think, on that Corki. So, and there's the combo from Alistar, actually missing the pummel part of it. So Corki going to be able to walk away free down there.
Yeah, I like the Alistar Ash combo bottom. So they've got a lot of CC. Once Ash hits 6, they're going to be able to do some serious combos, especially since Corki doesn't have cleanse. So we're going to have to see some serious Janna action. And Locust is a great support player for Dignitas, has really stepped up for them and been a key player in a lot of their tournaments as the support.
Yeah, and that's just one of the clutch things to have down there. It's Cutie Pie and Locust have a great. Oh, looks like there's a pummel and headbutt. There's the volley going off to slow him. He's able to Valkyrie out of the way, and that's kind of one of the good things about Corki doesn't. He likes cleanse and it'll work, but Valkyrie does cover a good bit of distance to get out of there as well. But once Ash hits 6 and is able to hard CC him with that arrow, I think that's going to be it for Corki. But we'll see if he's able to play passively as passively as he needs to.
Yeah, and we see Karthus is going to recall now. How much gold does he have? About 1,100, almost 1,200 gold. And he's actually stopped by Dominate with a great E from Shyvana to be able to delay that recall. And that's a little bit annoying for Karthus. He's going to miss out on a little bit more CS. Morgana as well, recalling now, and the jungler is just going to hold mid for the time being.
Karthus goes back and picks up the workings of a catalyst. Looks like he's going to build into a Rod of Ages just to make him a little bit more tanky, I would assume. Some fighting going on in the jungle, a little skirmish between Trundle and Shyvana, but it looks like Shyvana is going to decide to leave right there. She may have known that the Alistar was missing, and she didn't want to get in a fight between Alistar and Trundle just by herself, because that would be bad news for her.
Yeah, and Dominate did a really great job being able to pick up that big Wraith in Trundle's jungle there, and she's quite a bit ahead of him in experience, and that's really the strength of Shyvana, is the counter jungling and the speed of her jungling, really. She doesn't really have as much ganking potential as Trundle, because he has that pillar and she has to use an exhaust to get the CC on the laner. But there you see the trade-off. Trundle has been applying quite a bit more pressure on Skara, whereas Dominate has been taking more time to counter jungle.
Yeah, and it looks like Shyvana is just going to continue farming. She does have her exhaust up, so if there's ever a time to gank, it would be right after she acquires this blue buff. Maybe she'll go Dop against that Kennen. It looks like Dignitas is pinging Dragon right now. I don't know if they're saying, hey, just place a ward on it. There's the Vision ward down there from Locust. Going to be able to clear any wards that AAA may have on it, but they actually do not have any wards on it. They have wards all around it, but not on Dragon itself.
Right, which is great, because having wards in those entrances of the jungle will prevent Shyvana from coming in through there and, say, ganking bot or trying to counter jungle further. And really all you need is the entrances to the jungle being blocked off by wards to be able to know where the enemy jungler is at all times.
Yeah, and speaking of counter jungling, Shyvana going ahead and securing Trundle's blue there. Bot lane, however, there's a gank coming down on Locust. They're not going to quite have the CC able to take down that Janna, however. So Shyvana now is up top with Trundle's blue, clearing out his wolves. Maybe she's pinging top, so maybe she's going to go ahead and try to gank this Kennen with her exhaust and red buff. He just warded, so she's going to be seen by that ward, so I think he's going to be okay. Yep. Trundle wanting to catch a Morgana here. There is the rabid bite and the pillar to trap her in between that wall, but she's able to dark binding. Morgana just a little too hard to gank. So we're 9 minutes in with 0 kills. And as I say that,
1 kill.
Kennen's gone up top.
Kennen, great job by Voyboy actually maxing He10 style on Aurelia for that true damage and that sustain in lane, because generally Kennen does counter melees in lane, but we see her with 108 magic resist plus maxing her sustain spell. Kennen is really not going to be able to do very much against that.
Yeah. You want to talk about countering your lane with runes? Right here, Void. No magic mantle and magic resist runes, essentially. Trundle forced to burn flash down here, getting exhausted by the Shyvana. She does not have red buff, actually. This is going to turn into a full-on team fight here. Trundle is going to go down very, very quickly. Nice Dark Binding landing on the Alistar. He isn't 6 yet. He's not able to ult out of it. Are they going to be able to take him down? Yes, a well-placed rocket will take him down. Ashe wanting to try to pick up this Janna, but no, she decides against it. And they are going to pick up a dragon here. So Dignitas having a nice little skirmish down bot, taking a few down, and now they're going to get that dragon. It is going to go down at about the 10-minute mark, it looks like.
And really, that comes down to Trundle just not being very lucky against this Shyvana. He tried to go for the counter jungle because Shyvana took his blue, but not as good a counter jungler as Shyvana, not as much jungling speed. So he did get caught, he got exhausted, and he turned over his double buffs to Morgana, leading to a dragon, and 2 kills for Dignitas. Unfortunate there for Trundle.
I would almost say, do you think we could potentially go back to that little team fight skirmish down at
Yeah, could we get Faro on the instant
down at
replay
dragon?
there? On the Trundle trying to counter jungle?
Yeah, we can try that.
Let's try it out.
Let me
I mean, it looks like there's a little tiny lull in action. I would love to see our instant replay system.
Sure. Let me just stick the camera on Morgana mid so we don't miss anything while I get the right spot.
Perfect.
Alright, so
Unless there's a gank down here, actually, this may be happening down here. The Dark Binding does land on that Trundle, and he's going to be able to get out of the way. He does throw an ult on Skara just to throw a little bit of damage on her, maybe get into Karthus ult range, but no, she's going to be fine.
Black Shield's pretty good spell to keep
Black
her alive.
Shield OP.
Alright, so do we want to go back to the instant replay now, or we want to wait for this gank to happen?
Go for the replay.
Okay.
Karthus is good.
Going for the replay. Alright, so Trundle getting caught out here, and you see him flashing after Shyvana ults, getting exhausted, and Corki and Janna coming in a lot sooner than Ashe and Alistar, and they're able to pick off Trundle. Alistar gets a good pulverize, but he gets exhausted and bound, and they're able to focus him down before anyone else can really get there to do any damage. And Karthus really was not able to help his team as much as Morgana was, and that's really the big issue in that kind of skirmish.
That was perfect. Thank you for that, Faro. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Faro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Karthus being on the other side of the dragon really, really screwed him. He just came down from mid just a little bit too late and wasn't able to put any damage out. All the while, Morgana was the one Dark Binding and using her Tormented Soil to put out a hell of a lot of damage out on that Alistar. So the AP mid's really making the difference in that fight.
Yeah, and like we said during Champion Select, Morgana really is the better skirmish champion between her and Karthus. And although they did try to ban out as many of Scar's champions as they could and counterpick him, just wasn't enough. He's just got too many tricks up his sleeve, you know? And that's why he's #1 in solo queue right now.
Yeah, he's definitely #1 for a reason. Now, up top, it looks like Aurelia. How is her farm going up here? Let me find her little portrait. She's got 101. Can you believe this? 101 to 51 CS. Like, oh, she is zoning the hell out of that Kennen, really. And that's actually
Absolutely.
surprising, if you ask me.
I mean, what can Kennen do against over 100 magic resistance? She's had that magic resist for a while, definitely due to runes and masteries. So great job by Voidboy, just being the veteran top lane player rather, that he is, able to know the matchups and be able to counterpick the enemy team, and that's the advantage of having last pick. We see, though, Linak getting counter-jungled again, not able to fight this Shyvana. Level 9 against level 7 gets tower dove. Shyvana with the red buff, and Karthus just narrowly dodging that binding. And they're going to be able to take this blue buff. Actually, Aurelia dashes over the wall onto Karthus. Alistar with the headbutt pulverize combo and try to stop him. Karthus getting kind of low. Voidboy not going to go for the dive, though. They did pick up the blue.
Morgana tried to go for a real long-range Dark Binding, but not quite able to land it. MoMa able to escape just by the hair of his chinny chin away from that Dark Binding. Bot lane looks like Janna and Corki are putting some damage on this tower. I don't think they want to, they want to or will take it quite yet. They're just going to keep farming to their heart's content. It looks like Corki is going to have 120 CS right now, or 119 rather, to Ashe's 99. So he's doing great down there. Both AD carries, similar builds.
Yeah,
great minds
Berserker
think alike.
Trickle Dorn Blade. So, but Corki really controlling that lane down there along with Janna. And, you know, with the tweaks to the supports, the Sona and Soraka changes, Janna has really become more of a prominent, popular choice.
Oh, Aurelia doing so much damage to this cannon up here. She just did like one combo. Throwing her ult out. Will she kill him? No, he flashes just out of range. She's going to fall to the Karthus ult, however. Oh, man.
A little bit overzealous.
Yeah. That was I mean, that's Karthus mid for you, you know? He didn't have to leave his lane. And he was at the fountain, and he picks up a kill.
And he does have his Rod of Ages now, where, in contrast, we see Morgana picking up double Doran's Ring, Sork Shoes, needlessly large Rod. I'm assuming he's going to be going for a Zhonya's Hourglass, but that could very well be a Rabadon's Death Cap as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to see until she... we'll know when she picks up that second item, whether it's a Chain Vest or a Blasting Wand, what she is actually building into. I think a lot of Morganas do enjoy going that, you know, Zhonya's Hourglass early because it allows you to get your ult off pretty much every time. But when you're 1-0-1 with 133 CS at the 15-minute mark, you may just go for Super Burst Caster and get that Rabadon's Death Cap outright.
You know, judging from Scaro's play in the past, he does really like to go Rabadon's Death Cap. Like, time and time again, I've seen him choose that over the other item for his AP carries.
Yeah, and it's really about playstyle, and it's really about how well you do. It's kind of something you can gauge. You know, it's good that he went back and bought that needlessly large first, because now that he has that, he has to farm up either 700 for the Chain Vest or 860 for the Blasting Wand. That means he can make a decision at that time when he goes back. If he starts losing a little bit, starts falling off, he can get that Zhonya's to secure his ults. If he's not, if he's doing really well, he can get that Death Cap. Look, there's going to be a dragon fight here, however. Dignitas already starting it, getting that dragon down to about half health and working it down slowly but surely. Shyvana, just the sole DPS on that. She is able to pick that up. The Morgana ult blows up that Trundle so hard. Shyvana ult's trying to catch someone out of position, but not quite able to. The Ash Arrow comes out defensively. Will this kill Alistar through his ultimate? He is definitely going to go down just under his tower.
That Morgana auto attack.
Yeah, Dignitas able to secure Dragon and 2 kills for themselves. So this looking very, very good for Dignitas right now.
And you know, back to the item choice between Rabadon's Death Cap and Zhonya's Hourglass. Skara, as an AP player, his playstyle is he knows very well when to go in as an AP. That's why he was so good at Katarina. He just saw these opportunities open up where he knew he could get ults off and chain his spells together. And actually, Voidboy's diving top on sOAZ, gonna pick up another kill under the turret.
Karthus ult not quite up either, so he's gonna be able to back just fine.
Yeah, and we see bottom lane taking that turret, continuing to dominate. And 7 kills to 1 for Dignitas with a 7k gold lead to boot.
Yeah, Dignitas just playing very, very well right now. That Morgana so scary. 3-0-1 with 158 CS. Let's see what she's going to go back and buy. Is she going Death or she goes Zhonya's? She gets straight Zhonya's. So she has that Chain Vest now. So she's securing that ultimate in team fights. She knows her team is doing very, very well in those fights. So she just wants to help her team that much more, you know. And if a Morgana can basically guaranteed get her ultimate off on at least 1 or 2 people, then that's a easy team fight for your team to win right there.
It is scary, and European players do know the strength of Morgana. It is a lot more popular. You know, I've been casting Go for Lulz in EU and North America, and Morgana is a much more popular pick in the EU West server that I've seen so far.
Well, Dignitas showing that it's not just a European thing. Americans can play her as well. Dignitas
Absolutely.
being that awesome U.S. team that, of course, you know, not biased or anything, but we're from the U.S. We enjoy our U.S. teams, but AAA have been very, very good this tournament as well. All the teams have been playing top-notch and spectacularly. So this game right now, though, it's in the favor of Dignitas. They're up 6 kills. They're up 7k gold. They're up 2 dragons. They're up 1 tower. Just by any metric, by any empirical metric I can think of, they are looking very, very good, and it looks like they are winning right now, objectively.
Yeah, and they definitely have so much map control. We see wards in the red jungle for Dignitas against AAA, and there's a pink ward in the Wraith Brush and another ward down below the red. As you see, they continue to push down bottom with Corki, and he does get headbutt pulverized as going in on him, but he just Valkyries over wall towards his teammates, and he's going to be safe. Looks like they are posturing for a mid push here against Kennen. I don't know if he can stop it. It looks like Kennen and Karthus have kind of swapped lanes. I don't know, I guess Kennen was having too much trouble against Voyboy's Aurelia, but Karthus will be rejoining the mid, and an arrow just barely misses. Kennen going in with Lightning Rush. Karthus wall goes out. Morgana ult going down, though. Kennen getting immediately bursted. Zhonya's Hourglass protects Morgana. Alistair goes in there. Karthus and Alistair very low. Goes down to a rocket from Corki. Ashe now getting dangerously low. The Karthus ult does go out. Picks off Skara. I'm a cutie pie, barely survives. Linak now getting trained by Voyboy, and Alistair headbutting, but has to be careful. There's an ace from Voyboy coming down from top lane with full health. Cutie Pie is still alive, and they've got about 20 seconds to just deal as much damage as they can to these turrets.
I mean, that was essentially a 4v5 the entire time in AAA's favor, and they just could not pick it up. They couldn't. That Morgana throwing down with her ultimate. Oh, and Voyboy! If he had gotten one more auto attack, that would have been fantastic. Too bad it didn't happen. That's really disappointing. At least he got executed, and Kennen didn't make it there in time. That's always a good thing.
I don't know if AAA can actually make very good use of that 30 seconds while Voyboy's dead. They have to get out of their base and try to take some sort of objective.
I mean, we've already seen what happens in a 4v5 without Voyboy. They pretty much lost. They pretty much lost. True. So... you
know, with Karthus on your team, though, maybe turtling wouldn't be so bad. He does improve late game. The later it goes, the better Karthus is, because you just kill him, and it doesn't matter. He keeps doing damage, more and more damage, and he scales probably the hardest out of any AP. Maybe Vlad's damage might be comparable if he gets fed, but Karthus all the way for the very late game.
Which is because his Defile does so much damage per second. Oh, we even missed Cutie Pie apparently taking on Trundle down bot. I didn't even realize. But Karthus, his lay waste just does so much damage. It's on like, what is it? Not lay waste. His Defile actually does so much damage. It does about like 170 damage per second right now.
He has maxed it, yeah. 170,
and
175.
That's insane AoE damage. 170 damage per second on the entire enemy team when you get in there, when you go all in, while you're laying down lay waste. And then also his passive, in addition to that, when he dies, it still happens. You know, it's something to be really scared of. You know, but he's just not. He's 3-1-1, which is good, but. I mean, Skara's just, I think, outshining him right now at 4-1-4.
Yeah, they are quite ahead, but we saw earlier today Dignitas pulled even more ahead of FNATIC, but they were able to turn that game around, so it might not be too late for AAA. We'll see what they can do. We know there were a couple of Baron Steals involved there with Cyanide, so I don't know. They'll have to get pretty lucky with that. So Dignitas picking up another dragon. I think they will play more conservatively this game. Oh wow, Voyboy actually got another kill on Karthus there. Just so devastating with that magic resist. He's got a Wit's End and the materials for a Trinity Force now. So he's going to be just sticking on to people and putting the hurt on them.
It's so unfortunate for AAA, in my opinion. That Dignitas is playing this incredible Aurelia with a whole hell of a lot of magic resist because AAA is running double AP. You know, it's very, very scary for them because 2 of their 5 members, you know, you don't really count Alistar because he's a support. So 2 of their 4 damage dealers aren't going to do anything to Aurelia, which is very, very scary for them.
Even their CC Aurelia is kind of counterpicked to that.
Yeah.
With her passive, reduces CC the more champions that are around her. And I'm pretty sure that stacks with tenacity, so it's going to be hard keeping her in check.
So it looks like there could be a little engage here in the blue buff area. Turnaround Dark Binding will slow the progress of Trundle and allow Corki to get out of there. He was a little out of position. That pillar almost screwed him over, but he was able to just kind of march through the sludge and come out on the other side unscathed. And
Yeah,
here we go. Let's see what happens here. It looks
I
like
don't know what
Dignitas is
AAA
going
can
for a
do.
Baron right now. Do they have the deeps, though? Aurelia coming on to... Wow, they're doing so much damage to that Ashe. She couldn't do anything. Taking down Karthus as well. But Karthus posthumously taking care of Corki. The Morgana Black Shield not able to save her. A triple kill coming out for Karthus. Taking care of Morgana and Shyvana. So he's doing very, very well right there. That was after his own death. Looks like Aurelia kind of not sure what to do here. She Blade Surges to a creep to refresh the cooldown. Flashes over the wall to try to take care of this Alistar. He doesn't have his ult, so he can't get out of her CC. She has red buff. That is going to be an easy, easy kill for Void right there.
You know, that went better for AAA than I thought it would, being able to take down Morgana and Corki so quickly. Especially with Karthus. We saw Karthus died immediately, but like we said, can't stop him from doing damage. It's just inevitable. But Void was able to survive and clean up quite a bit there, and Trundle the only one to survive for AAA.
I mean, just look. Up 11 kills, up 13k gold, up 4 towers, and look at this ward coverage. Like, they could pretty much do Baron whenever they wanted. They just have a line of wards right down the enemy jungle. Like, just straight down the path that they would take potentially to get to Baron. So Dignitas in a great position right now to do Baron. Morgana maybe getting caught mid here. She blows her ultimate onto the cannon and Karthus. She doesn't do her Zanya's. Is she going to? Was it on cooldown?
It looks like, yeah, it was on cooldown by just a few seconds there. Unfortunately, that would have saved her for sure. I don't think Karthus ult definitely was not up yet.
So that's kind of the one thing. The Black Shield works great to make you immune to spells, but you can damage through it. A lot of people I don't think realize that if you put down enough magic damage, it will break the Black Shield. And when you're going against a Karthus and a Kinnan, they can break it pretty easily. Like one Thundering Shuriken and one Lay Waste, and that is bye-bye Black Shield. They're going to jump onto this Alistar here. His ultimate reducing a lot of damage. Trundle's going to go down as well, and this is going to be Baron. This is Baron for Dignitas right here.
Wow, they do have 3 damage dealers up that can lay on some pokes, so they will have to be careful, though, because Void could just as easily turn around off that Baron and dash right to one of them and take him right out.
Let's see what happens here. Turning around to the Karthus. The wall missing Void is able to stick to Karthus, and that's going to be it for Karthus. The arrow coming out to defend, but the ultimate's going to take down QtPie. Oh, the Janet ultimate just in time, giving him a little bit of healing. There's the flash from Yellowstar, sending out one arrow flying straight for Corki's little Hextech machine and taking him down. Aurelia jumping onto this cannon and able to take him down. She was very, very low health, but she does have Guardian Angels, so she knew she was okay.
So, like I said, the later the game goes, Karthus just being more effective. We see him now 7 kills, and Morgana only at 5. So really he's kind of catching up to Morgana and overtaking her a bit in terms of damage. We see him being able to burst Corki really quickly in all these engagements.
And it looks like a nice volley will come out, sending the players of Dignitas just a little too low for their liking, so they're going to pull off that Baron. Now Aurelia catching Trundle. Here comes a Shyvana ultimate. Man, Aurelia, Void is just making plays happen. That's all he's doing right. He's facilitating so many kills and so many plays right now for his team. It's ridiculous. He is 11, 2, and 3 right now. Void.
It's kind of a gift and a curse because as he goes very aggressive on the enemy carries, QtPie and Scar are kind of hung out to dry for Karthus to just pick them off as well. So there's a give and a take with that, but I think as long as Void stays alive, they are in good shape and they will be able to win every engagement in the long run for now. We'll see what happens the later the game goes for AAA.
Dragon should be spawning in about 10 seconds, so it looks like Dignitas will probably converge around that spot right now. and get that at 28:54, I believe, is when it should spawn. Right there, boom. And the warding coming out. Look at the wards for both teams at Baron. It's just insane how important that objective becomes at this right now, the around 30-minute mark.
That is a great job of map awareness from Locust, but you know, spending all that money on wards, he can't spend that much on real items, so he hasn't been able to provide Corki with that much protection. No Aegis yet from him, no Shurelya's, but still waiting on those items from the support.
Dignitas pinging top. It looks like they would love to go up top and shove that lane a little bit to give them a little bit of relief from the pressure of a lane pushing while they want to do this Baron dance here. Janna doing her best to just clear these wards that Alistar is placing around. No one on AAA has an Oracles yet, so they're not able to clear. If someone bought an Oracles right now in AAA, they'd like recoup their money like in a second if they went and killed all these wards. It would be insane.
You know, as far behind as AAA is, they've been kind of trading almost evenly with Dignitas in these teamfight exchanges. It's pretty surprising, kind of harkens back to that FNATIC game where the same sort of thing was happening.
Yeah, and Dignitas has been winning these small skirmishes, you know, these little team fights here and there, but the objective-based fights, the Baron fight, is really going to be the one that either makes or breaks this victory for them right there, you know? If AAA can come in and get a nice Baron fight and actually win it, then, you know, it could swing in their favor. You know, just like you said, FNATIC versus Dignitas, FNATIC stole 2 out of 3 Barons. And then they got the third one for themselves. Like, that was it, you know? So Dignitas really has to be careful. Maybe they're timid about that. Maybe they realize we've already had Baron stolen from us twice today. Maybe they don't have a lot of faith in Dominate's smiting ability at this point.
Yeah, but here they go once again. On to Baron. Karthus has recalled, so he's all the way back in his base, trying to run there as fast as he can. They are taking down the Baron really quickly, and no retaliation from AAA, so that is a free Baron for Dignitas around the 31-minute mark.
Yeah, so this is where they need to just pressure, they need to just push, they need to just win. FNATIC versus Dignitas. Dignitas just rested on the laurels just a little bit too much, and FNATIC took advantage of that and really pressured them out, really won that game for themselves. They took it straight out of Dignitas' hands. Dignitas doesn't want a repeat of that. They've got Baron. They've got a pretty empirical lead. They're going to go ahead and try to finish this off. But tower diving under that Karthus isn't maybe the best way to do it. Voyboy diving onto this Ashe, able to take her down, but Voyboy left alone with I Will Dominate back in the base. They're going to take down Kennen as well. Here comes the Karthus ult. Is it going to take anyone down? No, it does not quite take anyone down. Voyboy will pop his Guardian Angel here, but as soon as he comes up, he just dashes.
Voyboy, what a beast.
Yeah, that was definitely Voyboy right there.
And just all in. Real man. You saw his facial hair. Yeah, he's a man.
Let's see what happens. They've got 20 seconds here. Can they Nexus?
They will Nexus. And you know, the first place team in each group stage will get a bye and go straight to the semis. I believe that's how it works. And since they did beat CLG, and if CLG is the other team to go 4-1, they will have the bye over them. So great game from Dignitas. Did me proud. I'm
You're such
really
a
happy
fanboy
about that. I mean, how can I help it?
True.
You know?
True.
You know?
So that was definitely a great game. AAA versus Dignitas. Dignitas able to take it out and close out their progress in the group stages. They now end the day, I believe, 4-1. I want to say AAA is going to fall to 3-2. So there is going to be a little perhaps I don't know what happened. Didn't CLG just play? Who did CLG just play?
CLG
MILLENIUM?
just played FNATIC.
FNATIC. How did that go? Is that over yet? Can the stream tell us?
I'm not sure, but what I do know is Dignitas will be here for the post-group stages, I guess the playoff portion, so they will be here tomorrow big, as some people
They will be here
would
tomorrow
say.
big. Your team will be here tomorrow big?
They will be here tomorrow big. So congratulations to Skara, Voyboy, Cutie Locust, and I Will Dominate. Thank you, Faro, for running the camera for us. Your reliable stream. And
He may not
this...
be here still. Is he here?
Well,
Are you here, Farrah?
Here.
I'm pretty sure.
Totally
Hey.
here. How else is the camera gonna run?
Sorry we didn't go to many more replays. We apologize. I kind of forgot.
There was
about
just so
that.
much action, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. No big deal.
You should have just replayed every time Boy dumped on the enemy team.
Oh,
And
that'd
just
just
watch
be a
Boy Boy,
stream of
lock the camera
replays
on him.
forever. I don't even know
Yeah, I
how
know.
you'd stop that.
I don't know either. So it looks like CLG is playing FNATIC right now on the main ESL TV stream. Looks like they are winning. They're up 11-7. They're up 6K gold for towers, and they're kind of knocking on the base door here of FNATIC. So you guys should go over and watch that main ESL TV stream. For now, we are done here, I believe, on the National ESL 1 stream, correct?
Yeah, sounds right.
No more
that
games
was
today?
the last game.
No more games today. Sad,
Mhm.
sad day.
We
Well,
will see you tomorrow,
yeah.
though.
Tomorrow night, same time. Be there, be square. Group 2. TSM, Moscow 5, Team Cypher, Curse, and...
Once again,
Someone
we were the National ESL broadcasting team. I am Rambo, joined with me by Pluto and Faro.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Pigleet
Yeah.
modding the chat. Shout out that man. All
I
right,
think...
so
Oh, yeah.
hop on over to the main stream, and we will catch you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow Pacific Standard Time. It's like what 2 a.m. for us.
4. Now, Pacific Standard's 2 hours behind Central, so it's like 12, right?
Well, 12 is the first
Yeah,
game.
12 is first game.
Oh, when
But
we
we'll
cast,
start
yeah.
streaming
Yeah,
till
so we're
late.
gonna be like 2 or 3 or something.
Yeah. So it'll be around 4 Central Standard, real man time is what I like to call it. But in the meantime, go and watch the ESL TV. Go watch CLG versus FNATIC right now, over with those casters. Who's casting that right now? Is that
I think it's Xenon and Freak.
Xenon
or
and Freak?
Rivington and Freak or something.
I hear Xenon.
Well, there
Pretty
you
sure
go.
it's not Freak. So, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, Xenon and Freak. Thanks for tuning in again, guys. It's been fun.